Ano oh?
Ahak.
Nagbaylo di ay.
Milo.
Ano eh? Wala di ko ano?
Hmm?
Dili na.
Sa doon, wala ko dali ko kakuan. Go
La, we have Angel L. Yap. From the municipality of Linamon, we have Honorable Randy J. Macapil. From Magsaysay, we have Honorable Haron D. Umar Sr. For the municipality of Maigo, we have Honorable Ina Luis R. Mi Flores. Municipality of Matungao, Asia M. Asis. Municipality of Munay, Honorable Rakma D. Andamama. Municipality of Nunungan, Honorable Marcos M. Mamay. From the municipality of Pantaw Ragat, Muhammad Daud Nabil D. Lantod. From the municipality of Pantar, we have Jabar D. Tago. Municipality of Punapiaga po, Muslima M. Makul. And from Salvador, we have Farhani Tawantawan. Sapad, we have Honorable Parok U. Asis. From the municipality of SND, Motalib M. Dimaporo. From Taguluan, we have Honorable Maminta is Dimakuta. Municipality of Tangal, Honorable Fatima M. Tumawis. From Tubod, Honorable Yonsud C. Bagol. From the provincial office, the Parents Teachers Association officials, our guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our two-day webinar on the role of parents in the new learning landscape. To start with, may I request everyone to stand for the national anthem through multimedia presentation and to be followed by the opening prayer to be led by one of the members of the Voice of Lanao from Kapatagan District, Mary Antoinette D. Imutan. Dili. Oo na pamataw. Dili malaling.
I want to sing a song of love, and with one voice, with one song, we can sing together. Lord, make us strong, make us belong, and if we fall, help us build, always undivided. Love is the key in unity. Let's share His love with another. We are one. We are one bread, one body, one people. United we stand, divided we fall. If we put our trust in the Lord, there'll be melody, love and harmony in every heart. Teach us to pray, Lord, every day. Show us the way, help us feel your loving kindness. Love is the key in unity. Let's share His love with another. We are one. We are one bread, one body, one people. United we stand, divided we fall. If we put our trust in the Lord, there'll be melody, love and harmony in every heart. There'll be melody, love and harmony in every heart. One bread, one body, one people. United we stand, divided we fall. If we put our trust in the Lord, there'll be melody, love and harmony in every. There'll be melody, love and harmony in every heart.
Okay, na-confirm. Okay, once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our two-day webinar on the role of the parents in the new learning landscape. To give us the statement of purpose, may I call in our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Mary Ann M. Aliera.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's another webinar, which is very important. But foremost, I'd like to greet everybody in attendance. We have here the presence of our local government officials, municipal mayors in attendance, representatives of the mayors, other local officials who are also online now watching and viewing, learning from this webinar, to all education program supervisors headed by our OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene Carbonera, to the public schools district supervisors who are heading the municipalities in the districts, who are in direct contact with our local government officials, to the PTA officers in attendance. I'm not going to mention you one by one because I am afraid I might be missing one, and it would not be good if I could not mention one of you. So my greeting to all of you is very generic. Once again, my greeting to all of the mayors, representatives of the mayors, PTA officers who really answered our call for this webinar for the orientation of parents. To the SGOD personnel headed by our Schools Governance and Operations Chief, Dr. Maria Carmila Ablin, to the Senior Education Program Specialist, who is the coordinator of the Parents Teachers Association of the whole province, the whole division of Lanao del Norte, Dr. Kusain, Dr. Mike Kusain, to Danielle, her EPS2, and the rest of the personnel in the division. We are one this afternoon. This is a convergence. We are one this afternoon to include the EPS2 Education Program Specialists and all other personnel in the division. To Floor, our ITO, and the Assistant to Floor, Jan Dewi and Dayanara. To all of us in attendance, this is a perfect time. This is the perfect avenue. This is the perfect time. It's because our learners could not wait. Per IATF meeting last night at 11 o'clock in the evening, the video was shared and it was very clear based on the cabinet meeting, of course, in the IATF, that there are proposals of the Secretary of the Department of Education, there are proposals of the Commission on Higher Education, but which proposal of the Department of Education has already been approved by the IATF, and therefore the Department of Education Central Office has been downloading so much information for the huge preparation that is required so that eventually by August 24, through our collaboration, teamwork in Tripod, the LGU, the parents in Tripod, we will be able to assist and help the learners achieve their dreams in light of COVID-19. So no virus could stop us from educating our children, as we believe that education is directly related to economic development. We cannot afford in the Department of Education, to hold in abeyance the learning sessions of our children. We already stopped the classes from March, so our children had no classes. They kept on playing since March, April, May, June, July, up to this time. They have been playing, and we dream for their future. We are the adults. We take charge of the dreams and aspirations of our children. We cannot delay the future of the children, but it is for us adults to help them carve their destiny in the future, find their place in this world, so that eventually they will be able to harness their potential, discover their potential through our teachers, through the kind of education that we give them, through the partnership of the local government officials, through the support of the Parent Teachers Association to the education sector. The Department of Education, Province of Lanao del Norte, is glad to inform all stakeholders in attendance that in the rank of those enrolled in the entire 14 divisions of Region 10, Lanao tops first in terms of number of enrollees. To date, before this program, I tried to browse our system thanks to Flor Direct Velarde, our ITO, because of that system and because of the partnership with the education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, PTA, LGU, all other stakeholders, school heads, and teachers. All of us in teamwork are able to prove to the country that we can really invite our learners back to school in spite of the fear of COVID-19. So Lanao del Norte, let's clap our hands to our province. Let's clap our hands because of our teamwork. We ranked first to date. We are having 139,000 learners enrolled from kinder up to grade 12. So you could imagine that. While other divisions still have 35%, 53%, 63%, 40%, our division already has almost 90% enrolled in school. Yesterday was the deadline, and to date, we are thinking that 90% or 95% already of our learners are actually enrolled, while we are waiting for the late enrollees not later than August 24. So the partnership is very strong. We're able to prove ourselves that given the teamwork, we can still educate our children. But it's not enough that we invite them to come to school. Our task is to bring the learners back to school and eventually keep them. We eventually keep them and let them learn in school and let them realize their dreams in the future. These are the reasons why we have this webinar this afternoon. In the memorandum that we sent to the field, it is clearly stated here that we have 3 reasons why we have this activity. Number 1, we will orient our public schools district supervisors, our coordinating principals in the districts, our central school principals, our LGU officials, our PTA officers, and other parents who could access this webinar on the new learning landscape. We will have a new normal way of educating our children. When before, we were so very busy buying notebooks, shoes, supplies, uniforms, and many others, Brigada Escuela in the school. We went to school for the Brigada Escuela. This time, it's a reverse. Before, we prepared our schools, but this time, we are going to prepare our homes. We prepare our homes because our learners, our children are going to study at home. They learn at home. They don't go to school, but they learn at home through the modalities that we are going to offer. The second purpose is for us to discuss appropriate health protocols for a COVID-free learning time at home. So this time, we're also going to orient everyone in attendance and those who will be invited soon, because this is just a maiden webinar for this activity. There will be other webinars of same kind soon. This will be all about orientation on the health protocols, reminders on the health protocols of our learners while at home, and of our principals and teachers while they are doing their work at home and in school. And the third purpose is for us to advocate the learning modalities that will be implemented by the division. There will be learning modalities. When before, teachers with 50 or 60 or 30 learners taught their children, taught the learners inside the classroom, made collaborative, engaging activities. This time, close contact with parents and learners are going to be done in the new normal. And therefore, let me show you a video. This is our maiden issue of our advertisement on the modalities. It's a simulation of the modalities that we are going to implement in the division.
continues in the province of Lanao del Norte and to
Hindi
ensure
makita,
that every
Flor.
learner is given the appropriate learning delivery modality. DepEd Lanao del Norte
Kasi Ruben, ay
conducted an
makita,
online
wala.
survey to determine
Tama.
the modality
Ah, ma'am.
by the learner
Ha?
and their parents.
Nakita, ma'am. Nakita.
Okay. Okay na na?
Online instruction.
Okay, so good morning, class.
Morning, sir.
Okay, good morning. So today we will be learning again a new lesson.
Self-learning modules. Digital audio with self-learning modules.
Maayong buntag! One of the learning delivery modalities na gi-offer sa Department of Education is ang digital audio, which is magamit ninyo kung naamoy radyo. Na ba may radyo, ma'am?
Mama.
Okay, so ako nang ibilin ang flash drive, i-insert ni sa inyong radyo o paminawan ninyo ang audio recorded lessons nga among gi-prepare. And then, na-upload ko yung materials nga ibilin o answer sheets. Diri lang ninyo isulat ang inyong answers, mauman og answer sa module inyong anak, palihog lang pud ko gulog sa Dropbox nga among ibilin sa barangay.
Okay, ma'am. Salamat tayo.
Dayon, mamalihog na lang po ko guide sa imuhang anak, ma'am, sa pag-answer sa module. Salamat.
Digital video with self-learning modules.
Ayo! Oy, unsi ato. Ante, kining teacher diri ko nilang call og ni Ramram. Kining DIUSB diri self-learning module dayo naa diha among video sa ilang lesson. Salamat, ma'am.
Radio-based instruction.
Good day, grade 8 students. I am Sir John Ray, your radio teacher for today's physical education lesson. I hope you're excited to experience different ways of learning your lessons.
Television-based instruction.
Gusto ko yung mga bata. Sana ay nagsasabi talaga rin kayo dahil tayo sa babae. Diyos, si Sharon, para magbigay maraming sa alamin sa araw na ito mula sa aking Malakapang masya! Kung ikaw ay masayang malakap.
One
Okay, so those are the modalities. There are 5 that we are going to implement in the division for the information of our stakeholders, our LGU officials in attendance, and our parents, our parent officers, and all other guests in this webinar. We are going to implement 5 modalities as viewed in our video a while ago. I'd like to thank those who made this: Earl Tolero, Dr. Idon, the supervisors in charge. We have Mr. Tabar, Mr. Bios, Mamaba. Who else have I missed? Of course, Dr. Idon and the chief, Dr. Carbonera, who is spearheading the group. Thank you very much. All other supervisors and education program supervisors, principals and teachers, especially the actors and actresses. So there is really a hope that in spite of COVID, we can still implement education. We are ready in terms of learning modules. The central office made learning modules for our learners. Regional office, our division office, we also have our contextualized modules. We are ready, almost ready in all of the modules required. The next job is for printing. Next to that is distribution to schools, distribution to homes, retrieval from home, then back to school, then rating of our teachers. So to everyone in attendance, we need stakeholders. We need parents. As it is said, it takes a village to educate our school children. So thank you very much, everyone. We hope you will enjoy our webinar and hope for a fun and learning experience. Good luck, everyone, for this education of our school children. Ben, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Mary Ann M. Aliera.
Hello, Ben.
Ma'am?
Hello, Ben. I see
ma'am.
faces of our stakeholders. Could we recognize some of them who are in attendance, especially the PT officers and the representatives of the local chief executives, if there are mayors? Please help floor. Please take note of the names of those who are in attendance so that later, before we end, we will be able to recognize them. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, while waiting for the list, no? So this time around, I would like this time to give us a message. Our Schools Division Superintendent Alberto L. Oplinaria for his message. Wala? Wala siya.
Ben, he is on travel to Malaybalay. He is on travel.
Yes,
Sir is on travel.
Okay. So this time, I would like to introduce to you our first speaker for today's webinar training, a webinar activity. So to discuss to us understanding COVID-19 and DepEd required health standards, may I call in Ma'am Catherine Gay Putis, our division nurse.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everyone in attendance, to our bosses in the Department of Education, Lanao del Norte, to our SDS, ASDS, and to all the stakeholders about understanding COVID-19 and the DepEd required health standards. Now, for the statistics, yesterday in the morning, our updated figure is about 57,545 for the confirmed cases, and for the deaths, natay 1,103 sa Philippines. But that figure rose pagkahapon. So like every time ga-update siya. Now sa province, we have a total of...
Miss Kat, do you have a presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually... Ay, wala na screen share. Sorry.
Please present.
Ay, okay. I believe na share na siya, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. Then, nakuha siya. Maximize.
Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry about that. I thought...
Okay lang. Sige.
Okay, anyway, so good afternoon once again. I'd like to proceed sa statistics. So sa Philippines, yesterday in the morning, naatay 57,545. Tapos na siya to 58 something. And sa province nato sa Lanao del Norte, as of July 14, update akong nakuha, natay 61. And of course, we also have to be at least relieved with the recoveries, tapos ay 40.
Ikuan ra man gud na. Oo, sa quarantine na. Nang dahol family.
And just yesterday,
dahol family ko na isolate na sila.
Okay, so just yesterday naatay kanang bago nga first case sa Lanao del Norte nga kanang publish sa official publication sa Lanao del Norte nga sa Kauswagan. Unang kaso sa COVID sa Lanao del Norte. Okay, now for the coronaviruses are a large family of viruses causing respiratory illness, ranging from the common cold to more serious infections. So ang usa ka tawo nga naay coronavirus, if he or she is symptomatic, he could be suffering from fever, cough, respiratory symptoms, shortness of breath, and difficulty of breathing. But naay bag-o nga mga researches nga naad na day bag-o nga kanang isa sa symptom pod. So this is kanang COVID dose. So kini siya kanang we need to be very careful kay sometimes ma-mistaken bitaw na itong mga skin asthma, mga inana, wata kabalo COVID dose na di ay. Pero naapoy mga cases nga asymptomatic jud siya. Only ang laboratory mo'y nagtell nga positive sila. Okay, now for the mode of transmission, we know that it's human-to-human transmission. So kung direct contact, panigurado jud ang kanang transmission, or we could get infected with that. Indirect contact, for example, ang tao gikan nangubo or gikan nag-sneeze, ning hawid sa doorknob, tapos ikaw pod ning hawid ka sa doorknob, tapos ning kalot ka sa imong ilong or somewhere sa imong face which is very near to your nose, inig-inhale nimo, posible nga imong ma-inhale apil ang virus. And if your immune system is so low, you could get contracted or you could be infected with that. Droplets are also certainly kanang found to be kanang cause of infection. Now naay bag-o nga kanang news just this morning na found out jud nga naay mga evidences nga airborne siya, which is a little kana bitong maka-discourage siya, but we need to be very kanang hopeful kay pwede manggod gyapon jud ta molaban. Airborne siya, mas delikado compared sa droplets kay it could last up to 8 hours sa air, maglupad-lupad lang siya until ma-inhale og lain nga tao. Although sa kana bitaw mga puthaw, pwede siya mo last up to 12 hours until makatransmit siya lain. Pero kung dili siya matransmit og lain nga person, mamatay ra pod siya spontaneously. Fecal oral, wala siya nakita nga evidences. Now, sa epidemiological triad, kumbaga, kung marabitaw kung sa lab team pa, it takes 2 to tango. Now, for this infection, natay tulo, we have the agent, the host, the environment. Agent refers to katong infection mismo or ang virus. Ang host, ang tao, o ang environment, syempre ang school, ang office, o karon nga sa atong new learning modality nga kanang sa home, so appeal siya sa environment. Now, it would take these three, pareho bitaw sa kanang fire, kanang fireman's mantra, nga require og air, fuel, and heat. And absence of one, dili gyud mahimo ang fire. So, absence aning tulo, dili kita matakdan. So, pwede jud ta mo laban. Now, the average number of people that one person with COVID-19 infects 2 to 5. So, for example, infected ka, pwede ka up to 3 or 2 to 2.5 imong pwede matakdan. And so on and so forth. Okay. Pero naay good news. Just yesterday during our webinar, ang atong head epidemiologist sa Philippines, nag-state siya nga, the 92% sa atong cases sa Philippines are mild cases. Just yesterday na siya nga update. Now, ang atong head, ang atong education secretary, she said that if they're afraid, I'm also afraid. But that's what life is all about. To face your fears, to face your anxieties, to find ways of dealing with all these things. Now, if you teach anxiety if you teach fear, if you teach insecurity, and you are so fearful that you cannot move anymore, let's just wait for things to blow over. But we don't know when these things will blow over. So in the meantime, you cannot have 9 months of idle children being restrained in their homes, making them stay at home and having no classes, no learning at all, because we are afraid. We have to work around that fear. Now, si Secretary Leonor Briones, she is considering this challenge, pwede jud nato ni matumpag. Now, in response, we, the people from School Health and Nutrition section, represented by me, are willing to help with you guys, of course, with our stakeholders, through our OK sa DepEd nga mga programs. So, Secretary Leonor Briones ensures that these programs, despite sa atong current situation, mapadayon nato siya. Sama sa Adolescent Reproductive Health Program, NDEP, we have medical, dental, and nursing services, school-based feeding program, WASH in school, which is very much significant for this kaninga crisis karon, and of course, mental health program. As a matter of fact, I guess naanatay mga webinars conducted previously. Okay, now for the guiding principles, in order to reduce COVID-19 related and non-COVID-19 deaths. Now, kaning present situation nato karon, dili lang ang COVID-related cases ang ato ang kanang dapat pod i-focus. Dili nato kalimtan nga, for example, high blood ta, ga-focus sige tag-ayo sa COVID na mabilar na hinuunta. Ang ato yung taong BP, makalimot na ta. Diabetic ka, for example. I-consider nimo ang COVID prevention, i-consider po nimo imong case nga, for example, diabetic ka. Kay once nga naa ka itong mga cases, kanang mas duol ka, mas ubos imuhang, ay mas taas imong chances nga makakontract ka. Now, to prevent these cases, we need to increase resilience, stop transmission, reduce contact rate, shorten duration of infectiousness, enhance quality, consistency, and affordability of care. Pinaagi sa atong DO14 series of 2020 in accordance to DOH for COVID-19 mitigation objectives, which are as follows. First, we have to increase physical and mental resilience. Second, we have reduced transmission. Third, we have reduced contact. And fourth, we have reduced duration of infection. Because mental health is just as important as physical health. Now, these required health standards shall be adopted by the DepEd CO, ROs, SDOs, and all public and private elementary and secondary schools. And also, these are primarily based sa DOH-AO 2020-0015 sa Guidelines on Risk-Based Public Health Standards of COVID-19 Mitigation. Why mitigate? In the absence of specific treatment or a vaccine, non-pharmaceutical interventions form the backbone of the response to COVID-19 outbreak. NPIs are public health strategies meant to mitigate and suppress transmission of infectiousness. Okay, so now we have the measures for offices and schools. Please take note on the note sa pinakaubos. This is to be followed in all basic education schools and community learning centers and DepEd offices when and to extent that personnel, teachers, non-teaching personnel, and learners will already be allowed to physically return to DepEd schools and our offices. But for the meantime, since we will be following other alternative learnings, so kani siya dapat masunod gihapon ni sa ato ang balay where learning can be kanang conducted also sa offices o sa schools sa katong blended learning. For schools, enclosure number 2 and offices, enclosure number 3. Okay, number 1. Measure number 1, practice physical distancing, at least 1 meter apart at all times. So, I'm very much kanang particular ani, pero na ako'y kauban, I guess from Bacolod District na kuan ako siya na kanang na-appreciate na ko siya very much kay ang gibutang ata sa ilahang kanang IEC material kay 1.5 meter, at least 1.5, which is safer than 1 meter apart, right? And then, kay para ang purpose ani kay when someone coughs, syempre kung mas layo ka, mas gamay ra or mas less imong chances nga maka-inhale sa iyang droplets. And then second, very much important, frequently clean hands by using alcohol-based hand rub, disinfectants, or by proper hand washing with soap and water. Actually, dapat mas una gyud ang soap and water kay mo siya pinaka-ideal. Second na itong alcohol in the absence of water and soap. Washing our hands with only water, dili po siya ingon na ka-effective. So, dapat partner gyud siya. Ug wala po namili og bisag unsa nga soap, basta kay soap and water. Now, third, when sneezing, coughing, proper distance must be maintained. Use tissue or near or inner portion of elbow to cover nose and mouth. Do not cover the mouth with a hand. Nga naman, pag mag-cover ka sa imong hand, unya mugunit ka sa imong cellphone or mugunit ka later sa doorknob, unya ang atong kauban pod mugunit pod sa doorknob or mugunit sa kanang sa tawag ani remote control sa aircon, so gapasa-pasa na ang viruses. Number 4, we have observe proper use of face masks at all times. Both nose and mouth must be covered. Okay? So kani siya usahay man gyud no kanang naa man gyud tay makit-an nga ingon ana kanang dili bitaw mag proper use sa mask. Now we can still be kanang enforcing this without being rude. You can actually show them how it is. For example, I'm speaking for the nurses, how it is being properly worn. So dili kay igawas ang ilong or igawas ang baba. Next, we have practice proper disposal of tissue and if pareho tag nakita kong post sa Facebook gani, gi-recycle ang used masks daw, although gi-disinfect daw niya, pero that's very dangerous, that's very risky. In the hospital and other medical facilities, kanang that is considered a toxic waste, so never do that kay it's very kanang risky gyud sa health nato, especially karon nga na COVID crisis. Number 6, we need to provide and reiterate relevant information on respiratory etiquette and other protective measures that shall be observed in the school or the workplace may be applicable elsewhere. So dili ta patakag-share sa social media kung ang atong kanang source of information dili kayo ta sure. Now, number 7, we need to ensure access to kanang face masks. Also, toothbrush and toothpaste, naatay program ana sa kanang wash in school. 1 bar of soap for K to 6 learners. And then number 8, ensure availability of hand soaps and or hand sanitizers, alcohol-based solutions, other disinfectants in restrooms, entrances, by doing routine monitoring and replenishment if needed. Especially kasagaran bitaw malimtan kay kanang foot bath na uga na siya. So dapat naapod tay tig-check ana sa atong mga schools and offices kung unsa ba kanang basig hugaw na pud kaayo nga kailangan na ilisdan. So dapat properly maintained na siya. And then measure number 9, ensure routine cleaning, disinfection of frequently touched surfaces and objects, tables, doorknobs. Yesterday during the webinar, kanang si Dr. Rai, our medical officer from the regional office, ang iya yung kanabitang na pinaka-commonly na ginahawakan na to is ang kwarta. Iba na ay joke na panglabay na lang na or hatag na namang kwarta kay hugaw na siya. Tinuod yun, ang kwarta yun, isa siya nga gi-consider nga hugaw. Pero dili man po na nato pwede ilabay or ikuan ang kwarta. So, it's the hand washing nga mao'y makatabang nato ana. Also, cell phones, remote control, doorknobs, kanang commonly touched surfaces nga pwede ta makapasa. So, ensure routine cleaning and the replacement of disinfectant solutions in foot baths as well. Number 10, subject everyone to temperature checks using a thermal scanner prior to entering. This is kana very much common man kay naman tayo body thermal scanner. And the normal temperature is 36.5 to 37.5. Sometimes kung depende sa kanabitong kainit usay mo 37.8 ato sa ipalingkod siya. Ato sa obserbahan. Kung di gyud siya mubaba, that means pwede nato siya ikuan kanang ato siyang i-refer kung basin pud na po siya lain nga mga symptoms like giubo pud siya. Posible na to siya kanang i-refer sa proper nga authorities. Okay, measure number 11. Teachers shall conduct daily rapid health assessment in the classroom. Puhon ni siya inignaan na ang mga students sa kanang schools nga kanang ma-allow na siya. All personnel shall report to their immediate supervisors if they are experiencing flu-like symptoms. For activities and events, implement adjustments in schedule, assignment, and activities to allow for physical distancing in the classroom or in the office premises. So we are very much thankful sa kanabitong atong mga bosses sa atong skeletal kanang work arrangement nato presently. Kay kana siya isa man gud sa makaingon kay kanang congestion, kana bitong dili na nato ma-practice ang social o physical distancing kung kanang daghan ta sa isa ka space or isa ka lugar. Now 13, we have restrict conduct of physical or face-to-face large gatherings and activities that will require close contact or where physical distancing may not be possible. Okay, now, if you can recall sa DO14, kani siya ang sa increased physical mental resilience. So, promotion of healthy lifestyle and safe environment through OK sa DepEd. Katong 6 ka buok nga akong gi-mention katong naa sa TARP, flagship programs implementation. We also have health screening checklist under MDN services. SBFP with provision of hot meals, fresh milk, and snacks for the first 21 days. Naasay alteration ginahimo ang ato ang kanang program holders ani na mention ni gahapon sa among webinars. So later on ano ra ni sa inyo ha. Na provision of vitamins, vaccines, deworming in staggered schedule. So padayon gihapon ni siya puhon na alay alteration ani para mahimo siyang possible. Advocacy for regular exercise, eating well, sleeping well, drinking minimum 8 glasses of water. PFA for 1 week with MHPSS hotline from trained personnel and partners. So, In our case, for example, sa Division 1 Medical Doctor, we can work with our stakeholders sa ato ang kanang MHO or sa PHO. Coordination with LGU, DOH, and other stakeholders for resource generation. Scaling up NDEP promotion of drug-free, tobacco-free, vape-free schools, and alcohol-free schools. Now, how can this be possible? Through webinars. No physical kanang gathering for this. Okay, for the wellness tips. So, very common. After sa proper hand washing, we encourage everyone to dry your hands properly. So, instead of bitaw, daghan kay kog makita ni iwan bitaw panghunaw kay itrapo sa kanang sampot sa likod bitaw. That is kanang an ill practice. So, pwede nimo siya i-air dry, pwede nimo siya iwilik og ayo. Mintras basa siya ayo pataka og kanang hikap bisag asa. Kay mas ganahan ang viruses, mas ganahan ang kagaw nga mupilit sa moistened nga kanang surface. Also, hydrate ourselves 12 to 15 glasses of water every day, nutritious foods, and move and walk at least 30 minutes a day. So, very good kay itong mga kitaan day nako sa kanang Facebook bitaw nga nang gi-exercise jud sila following katong social distancing gihapon. So, makita na to silang Chief Ablin, apoy mga teachers nga makita na to nga ga-exercise po sila. Even akong mga co-nurses nang gi-exercise po na sila. Ako po, usahay. And sleep for 7 to 8 hours in total darkness. Ganoon, kay para well-rested ka. Alright? To reduce transmission, strict implementation of guideline for school entrance, inside school, and going home protocol. Queuing at 1 meter radius, front, side, and back. No mask, no entry. Hand washing with soap for 20 seconds or 70% alcohol. Non-contact thermal scan with 37.5 cutoff. By the way, kani bitong sa hand washing pod, napukoy ako alang nga personal tips ba, kana bitong magsige tag hand wash, magsige pod tag alcohol, kadugayan bitaw murag mo dry atong kamot. So pwede pod after pag clean na siya, pwede pod ta mag-moisturize or ini kagabi. Kay the more man gud siya nga dry, mas dali pod ma-break yang integrity, dali ra ka masamad. Okay. Now, to continue, we have foot bath before entrance to school and classrooms. Number 7, regular disinfection and sanitation 2 times daily for all classrooms and clinic and or isolation area. And coughing etiquette must also be implemented. To reduce contact, physical distancing of 1 meter apart at all times, front, back, and sides. No touching of eyes, nose, and mouth. Kaya nga no ganito, ang rationale is when you touch your nose with your dirty hands, so you might be able to inhale, including the viruses. Number 3, avoid touching surfaces frequently touched by others. Ngayon, saan man nato ang mga doorknobs, alangan dili nato i-touch. So after touching, you can actually kanabitang ato siyang trapuhan ang doorknob sa kanabitang na ay zone rocks or na ay kanang disinfectant. And of course, hand washing. Reduce movement within rooms and across all areas inside the classroom. Restrict mass gathering like flag ceremony and other congregation beyond 20 in number. Now, for the engineering, install plastic barriers for isolation or triage of symptomatic learners. Signages and markings for one-way entrance and exits with physical distancing. For the administrative control, special section, work arrangement for the most vulnerable. Especially kato bitaw ato akong gi-mention nga mga diabetic o katong mga kanang hypertensive. Number 8, all contact sports activities canceled. And number 9, temporary closure of schools when risk becomes high. So when worst comes to worst na siya. And then, reduce duration of infection. Daily health checklist review in the classroom by the teacher who will operationalize PASS. Okay? And number 2, we have early notification of principal. By the way, PAS means Preventive Alert System in schools. Number 2, we have early notification of principal and health personnel, clinic teacher for assessment and referral to LGU all within 30 minutes from detection of flu-like signs and symptoms with or without fever. So, teachers must notify their principal for proper referral. And I encourage everyone kanang no discrimination. Let the authorities assess the kuan. Referral lang ta. Number 3, patients are placed in an isolated room for triage, assessment before referral to LGU. So sa atong schools pohon, lahi ang clinic sa nurse bitaw, lahi pud ang isolation nga area. Pwede ni ana si Dr. Rayi kung ang space bitaw kay kulang gyud siya. Pwede man isa ka room kanang tagaan lang o kanang barrier bitaw kanang plastic barrier nga kuan mo divide lang sa space. And contact tracing will be done by health personnel in coordination with LGU for quarantine measures. So kani siya mag-expect ta if simba ko kanang mapangutan-an ta sa mga BHERTs. Now, we need to be very cooperative and participative sa kung unsay mga questions nga ilahang i-ask sa ato apuhon. Note, wearing of prescribed attire for learners and personnel. Of course, no repeat used clothing. Kay, the more nga dili bitaw ta hygienic sa atong lawas, mas duol pud ta sa infection. Short sleeves for hand washing. Now, dili gid nga super short, pero kana lang dili bitaw ma-moisten ang kanang sleeve every time manghinaw ta. And then pants instead of skirts. Close, comfortable shoes. Avoid jewelries and accessories. Kana ang especially kana bitang watches na to, hand watch. Munay kasagara makuan katong especially itong leather nga kuan strap. And PPE facial mask at all times. Now, I've seen this on Facebook. Why COVID is spreading fast? Okay, so number 1 sa offices, they are my colleagues, so I can speak without mask. Sa offices lang gihapon or sa schools, they are my close friends, so I can speak without mask. Sa family, especially katong dako kaayo nga family with a very small space at home, they are my relations, so I can speak without mask. Don't do above 3 mistakes. Wear your mask properly always. Save yourself and the society. Actually, the kanang face mask nga kana lang bitong cloth, kanang ga-protect siya sa person na you are in contact with. O ikaw po the same. So, the gesture nga kanang gasuot ka og mask, ang kana pud bitaw for every action there is an equal reaction. So kung makita sa tao maga-mask ka, mura pud siya ma-ignite nga mag-mask pud siya. Kay kumbaga kung sa love life pa, I love you and allow me to protect you. Now kung sa kuan lang sa friends or sa colleagues, so I care for you, allow me to protect you. Okay, so we are in this together and we will get through this together. That's according to kanang Antonio Gutierrez of Secretary General of the UN. Now, how to wear a non-medical fabric face mask safely. So if you notice na ay gyud tulo gyud ka beses nga naghinaw ang kanang tao. Okay, first, before putting on your mask, clean your hands before touching the mask. Inspect the mask, ba pa man, kung anday siya, kanang bulingon, reday pud, so useless good siya, mas delikado pa hinuon sa imuha. And then adjust the mask to your face without leaving gaps on the sides. So again ha, pag humani mo hinaw, pag put on nimo, pwede pa nimo siya i-adjust with kanang sa imong nose. Pag human, na-cover na imong mouth ug imong nose, avoid na dayon touching. And then next, clean your hands before removing. For example, mainom kag tubig or mukaon ka. So you really need to kanang remove your mask. Alangan naman magmask ka mukaon. But before doing that, we need to have a hand hygiene. Pero ideally yun kanang hand washing. Now in the absence of water and soap, pwede ra alcohol, pero ideally, it's kanang hand washing, good proper hand washing. Now, pull the mask away from your face and store the mask. Ideally, yun, dili dapat idiretso sa bulsa. For example, mga unta, dili dapat idiretso sa bulsa. It has to be kanang isulod siya sa resealable bag, ay nimo isulod sa imuhang pocket. Mo jud ang pinaka-ideal unta. And then, remove the mask by the straps. Dili katong tunga bitaw, dili katong cloth nga nag-cover sa ato ang nose ug sa atong mouth, kundi ang katong garter lang. And kanang sa hapon na or after na, work na to, kanang muli na ta, diretso siya sa labhanan. And ayaw siya i-reuse pagkaugma nga wala siya ilaba. So dapat labhanan gyud siya diretso, kung pwede gani labhan gyud dayon to siya. And then again, clean your hands again. So, a fabric mask can protect others around you. To protect yourself and prevent the spread of COVID-19, remember to keep at least 1 meter or kung pwede 1.5 meter distance from others. Clean your hands frequently and thoroughly and avoid touching your face and mask. Now, naapod tayo usahay ka ng practice bitaw nga nakamask na ta. Tapos, natay ka istorya. Atong i-remove atong mask, kabantay man siguro ang uban, kabantay man usay pud gani ako maka-guilty biya, which is kanang dili na siya proper nga practice. So we need to improve on that. We don't have to be rude, but we need to show people nga ingana ang proper. So hinahinay lang. Now, what to avoid? We have the 3 C's. Number 1, we have crowded places. And then 2, confined spaces. And number 3, close conversation. And what to do? We need to practice the 3 WWW. Dili katong W ni Sir Flor. Ang 3 ka W's here, we have to wash our hands properly, wear masks properly, and watch your distance or katong physical distancing. And of course, kay naata sa Department of Education, we have to kanang practice core values sa gitna ng COVID-19. We still have to be makachos. We need to pray. Makakalikasan. So we need to dispose those kanang masks properly nga katong katohang mga surgical masks. We need to be makabansa and makatao. And also, we need to be healthy, happy, and holy. Kay kung naay absence, ani ka for example, sige ra ka gaguol or sige ra ka ga-worry, posible pod makaubos sa imong immune system. So, mas dali na hinuunta makakontract sa infection. And I'd like to end this by kanang this quote from Dalai Lama: we human beings are social beings. We come into the world as the result of others' actions. We survive here in dependence on others. Whether we like it or not, there is hardly a moment of our lives when we do not benefit from others' activities. For this reason, it is hardly surprising that most of our happiness arises in the context of our relationship with others. But presently, we can't do this being social. Kanang sa una bitaw beso-beso. I actually found one kanang kababata yesterday. Ning babay jud ko babay lang ko kay di ta pwede karon. So we can actually still be social beings by kanang gamiton na to ang technology. Pwede ta mag-call, pwede ta mag-text, pwede ta mag-PM without physical contact. Thank you, and I wish us all a healthier and safer place to thrive. Good afternoon.
Okay, so that was Ma'am Catherine Gay Putis, our division nurse. So thank you so much, ma'am, for that information. Now, before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our LGU officials who are in attendance today. We have here the president of the Mayor's League in the province of Lanao del Norte from Kapatagan. We have Mayor Barry Y. Baguio. And of course, we have also here the representative from the municipality of Linamon. We have Sir Kimpi Makapil. And from the municipality of Nunungan, we have here Sir Mark Carelio. Okay. Now this time, ay ma'am.
And pwede sad nila i-on ang ilang screen para sa ma-acknowledge na to ilang presence. While nagtawag ka sa ila.
I-on lang sa screen, ma'am. Wala man.
Kata. I-on lang nila
Wala man
ilang
po
screen. Ma-acknowledge sila ang mag-on sa ilang screen para ma-acknowledge po na to sila, ilang presence.
Okay, so I would like to request our municipal mayors to on your screen or cam so that you will be acknowledged. You will be seen by the group.
Then, take na to
Ma'am?
picture, Ben. Capture din sa picture ni Juan, ni Flor.
Okay. Sir
Flor, paki-capture sa, paki-picture, Flor, pag na-on nila ng screen.
Sir Flor, mag-on si ang mga mayors na yun i-capture the photo.
Naka-onod lagi si Mayor Baguio.
Ha?
Wala pa man silang pakita, ma.
Tumaga si Sir Baguio. Sir Lito, ayaw sa i-present yung mga presentation, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Adara, the sir. And all the representative also. Please on your
I-acknowledge ang
camera.
tanan.
Okay, so I would like to acknowledge the mayor from Sapad Municipality. We have Mayor Parokyo Asis. And then we have also here representative from Nunungan. We have Mark Carillo and from Salvador, representative by the mayor. We have here
Badiles Manguntawar, sir. Badiles Manguntawar.
Unsa ni siya ri?
Si Provincial Badiles Manguntawar.
Si Honorable Vandelies Manguntawar.
Kining tapad na ko,
Good
sir.
afternoon, sir.
District Federated na mo ni.
Okay.
O ka na, napod o. Napa, paliw ko
Asa?
na kang screen ni Mayor Maniegos.
Manigos.
Okay, so we have also here Mayor Lorenzo B.
Yeah,
Manigos
representative.
from Kulampugan.
Ang uban, wala na akong kaila sa ningan.
Linamon. Okay, from Linamon, we have also here Sir Kimpi Makapil. Okay, tara. Wala pa man. Okay, so napay wala natawag para maka-photo ko anta. Ma-recognize mo sa amua.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Okay, hello, good afternoon.
From Pantauragat po, Secretary.
Okay, so from Pantauragat, Secretary, Sir.
Yes po, Secretary po ni Mayor. Sir Arafat Aitokalo.
Okay. Sir Arfat Itokalo.
Yes po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, wala na. Okay. So, before we proceed, let us hear a message from our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Madunggan ako, Flor.
Dunggan na, sir.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much sa visit to our Assistant School Division Superintendent, Mary Ann Alera, our School Governance and Operations Division Chief, Dr. Maricati Abien, our Chief Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Mary Arlene, all public school district supervisors, all education program supervisors, all mayors, and representatives of the mayor, and other municipal officials who are here with us attending this webinar, parents, guardians, also everyone. Good afternoon po. First of all, I have to apologize, although it's not good to apologize at first, but I have to see my feet this time because I have been driving for a while, no? Then I have just arrived at home and early ko nagkahawat sa balay, then ako nakaabot. But then I tried myself to join actually during the opening, but then I was not able to make it. But nonetheless, I give the instruction to my mind, to Flor, and the crew, Bridget, that this orientation will proceed even if I am not yet around. But I was able to listen to the lecture of Ms. Potis. And I think after the lecture of Ms. Potis, another discussion will be in line, and we have to listen. Thank you so much for your attendance with the parents, guardians, municipal mayors, and other municipal officials. Thank you so much because we have to prepare our children, ourselves also as parents, as guardians, for the basic education learning continuity plan. This orientation will also give us a clear idea how are we going to not only to behave as parents, but how are we going to assess our children at home while they are also learning. So once again, I am so glad that you are there and you are assured that the Department of Education will try its best to serve your children. Once again, good afternoon. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Okay, thank you so much, our Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Edelberto L. Oclinaria. Nana, okay na. Okay. Now, this time, to discuss to us the different learning modalities, please help me welcome our Education Program Supervisor in Aralin Palipunan, Dr. Angelito D. Barazona.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our Schools Division Superintendent, Sir AD, and to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Mary Ann, and to our partners, our local executives from the different municipalities of the province of Lanao del Norte, and of course our CID Chief, Ma'am Arlene Carbonera, our SGOD Chief, Ma'am Maricar Ablin, and to all the CID, SGOD, and OSDS personnel attending this in this webinar. Once again, good afternoon to all of you. This afternoon, I'm going to share with you the different learning modalities that our division is going to adopt as we start the school year 2020-2021 under the new normal. So there have been a lot of talks if we could start or we could open the school year 2020 as we are being challenged by COVID-19 pandemic. However, it is pronounced announced by our secretary that we are going to start the school year come August 24, 2020. So this afternoon, I'm going to share with you the rationale of this presentation. So as the opening of classes by August 24 is nearing, we are certain that we could start the school year by August 24, and education must continue. The Department of Education, as what I've said, is true to its mandate of providing quality, relevant, and responsive education to all our students or learners in schools. Our teachers are now preparing for this opening of classes when it comes to the preparation of the different learning modules, preparing our schools, and of course, by identifying the number of enrollment that we will be catering as we open the school year. While the Department of Education is trying to explore on different available options to ensure that education continues under the new normal condition without compromising everyone's safety. We in the Department of Education, in the division and school level, are also trying to anchor our programs with that of the central office plans and policies. We continue to innovate our own strategies that would address to our own context in our division. So amidst this COVID-19 pandemic, we also have our goals that we are trying to achieve as we open the school year. One of which is the prioritization of safety and health of our learners, our teachers, and everyone in the education sector. So this is very important that our enemy, ang atong kontra, dili ato makita. So we need to prioritize safety and health of everyone in schools, in division offices, and everyone involved in this business. Another one is the readiness of education provision under the new normal. Since our routine has been changed, as we are challenged by this pandemic, but still we are trying to make preparations that would provide sufficient and efficient education provision to all our learners. So later I'll be sharing with you the different learning modalities that we are trying to adapt that would fit to the needs of our learners in the different communities. And of course, the most important of this is the engagement of stakeholders. And what we are doing now is a way of doing engagement, because we believe that we in the education sector needs the help of our stakeholders. As what our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent mentioned a while ago, that we form a triumvirate, no? Nagsinug-ang ta. One occupies the first one is the DepEd. The other one is our local executives, our LGUs, our local officials, and the third one are our parents, our PTAs in the community. So education is everyone's business. And of course, we want to strengthen public feedback mechanism. So we ensure that there is transparency in all our actions that we are going to undertake as we start this 2020 under the new normal. So let me try to share with you the learning continuity plan of the central office. Medyo dili kay maklaro, but I just would like to identify the parts of this presentation. The one in yellow is the role of the central office being on top. The central office is in charge of the formulation of the overall learning continuity plan. So, all the things that will be learned, tanan nga katunon sa itong mga bata din sa ubos in terms of learning competencies, learning resources, are all coming from the central office. The central office gives us the mandate of doing these things. So tanaw na to nga sa atong learning competencies before COVID-19 strikes our country, doon na kita moabot sa 15,000 ka learning competencies nga ato ang gitun-an sa mga bata. But because we are challenged with this pandemic, ato na siyang gitrim down to learning, essential learning competencies. So nahimo na lang siyang 9,000 competencies. And then ato pagid siyang gitrim down, ipakitanaw nato ang most essential learning competencies nga niabot na lang siya og more or less 5,000 most essential learning competencies. So mo ni siya ang gipadagan paingon sa ubos to the regional office, which provides us the formulation of regional contextualization and implementation plan. Dinhi sa regional office, mahitabo ang gitawag nato quality assurance of all our materials, learning resources being crafted in the division or in the school level. And then next to it is the division level. Sa atong level sa division, kita ang naa sa pag-formulate of the division contextualization and implementation plan, no? Dinhi nato makita ang resource identification, networking, identification of applicable and available modalities, teacher readiness, and assessment guides. So munang sa atong division office, naningkamot kita to identify ways and means on how are we going to effectively deliver lessons or instructions to our learners. Kay dili naman kita maglisod naman tagbalik sa daan nga normal. So we need to adjust according to the needs of our learners. Now in terms of teachers' readiness, we also conducted webinars being participated by our teachers for them to be reskilled and upskilled, no? Capacity building of our teachers, and of course assessment. And we also give technical assistance to schools and do monitoring and evaluation. The most crucial part of this endeavor is on the school level. However, we know that our schools are now trying also to do their part by doing the different activities assigned to them. Like for example, the enrollment. So our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent has reported to us that we are now having an enrollment of about 149,000 plus enrollees. And we also have the class organization. So ang mag-take charge ani ang ato ang mga schools. The budgeted lessons, the lesson exemplars, teacher worksheets, class organization, engagement of stakeholders and others are being taken care of by our school officials together with the partners. So we would like to inform everyone that as of today, daghan natang na-receive nga mga positive nga mga feedback from our partners, from our local executives, our local government unit, extending to us, no, their assistance in terms of procurement of risograph, no, mga machines to reproduce our learning modules, and of course other necessary materials that would be used in the production of all our learning materials. And I just would like also to share with you this learning continuity plan of the central office, no? Para doon natay idea nganong nga doon natay kausaban sa ato ang kaugalingon nga learning continuity plan sa division office. So at the central office level, mao ni siya ang gi-propose nga learning modalities. One of which is the face-to-face learning. So sa face-to-face learning dinhi sa maong learning continuity plan, dili kini mao tong learning face-to-face learning nga naanda na to sa una, wherein in a class of 40 kada adlaw silang mag-report sa school. There is instruction being given by the teacher, then paghapon mag-uli sila. Face-to-face learning here is different, no? Here we reduce the number of learners nga mo eskwela matag adlaw because we want to observe minimum health standard being set to us by the government, by the IATF. So here nautro siya, gipagamay nato ang number of learners unta nga mo report sa school. But unfortunately, wala pa tay vaccine nga makatambal sa ato ang sa COVID virus nga mi-strike sa ato ang nasod ug sa tibuok kalibutan. That's why the president, no less than the president, pronounced that face-to-face should not be done this time. So ang modality nga face-to-face learning gikuha sa ato ang plano, no? So another modality is the distance learning. So ang distance learning is the opposite of face-to-face. Dinhi dili na mag-uban si teacher o si learner. So naa diha, do na tay gitawag og online. Meaning mogamit ta sa technology in the conduct of delivering the lesson to the learners. Do na po'y offline. Ang ato ang instruction naka-save sa USB baka ha, or naka-save sa like for example sa CD, then mo ihatag nato sa mga bata aron ilahang i-view using the gadget, using the laptop, the TV, and any tool nga magamit nila. And then another modality still on distance learning is the use of modules, no? The modular learning, wherein magamit sila sa mga learning modules nga gi-develop sa ato ang mga teachers, gi-develop sa central office, sa regional office o sa division level nga magamit sa ato ang mga bata. And of course, another form of distance learning is through TV and radio-based instruction. Okay, so ang sunod niya nga modality is the blended learning. Blended learning here is the combination of face-to-face o distance learning. So sa blended learning, dunay panahon sa semana nga ang bata mo eskwela, siguro ibutang nato duha ka adlaw siyang mo eskwela, but the remaining 2 days will be done using the distance learning. Then the third one is homeschooling. Ang bata ani tuara gid sa balay, i-deliver sa iyaha ang mga learning resources o learning materials haron iyahang pag-aansiran dito sa balay. Then ang ikalima nga modality is the apprenticeship. Applicable ni siya sa ato ang mga learners diha sa TLE, no? Like for example, ang usa ka learner nag-enroll siya sa baking, pagpangluto o paglutog pan. So pwede siyang mag-practice dito sa mga bakery as an industry partner para ma-enhance ang iyang learning sa field nga iyahang tunan. However, kato nga learning modality daghan ni adto, like for example the face-to-face gikuha siya tungod kay dili gid siya i-allow. That's why we need to adapt, we need to create our own learning continuity plan. So sa ato ang learning continuity plan, nihimo kita og survey, no? As the way of ensuring that actions taken by the department or the DepEd Lanao del Norte, we try to conduct an online survey to determine the availability of resources such as laptops, cellular phones, the availability of internet connection, no? Radio, television sets being possessed by our teachers and learners. Kay kinahanglan maging natong tan-awon daan kung naa ba sila ani before we adopt a certain modality that the central office, that the regional office would like to be adopted at our level. So mao ni ang resulta sa ato ang survey. So among the number of teachers being surveyed in the entire province, we are more or less 5,000 teachers. Only 3,073 have at least one laptop or desktop. So inana ang kadaghan o kagamay, no? Kay hapit magkatunga ang wala, no? Likewise, in terms of cell phones, 4,087 ang dunay Android cell phones, no? Kay kinahanglanon na to ang cellphones, labi na gitong Android or smart cellphone nga magamit nato sa online nga teaching. Now, in terms of radio or single sideband ICOM, only 92 teachers ang naa. Ang dunay internet connection, we only have 3,794. Now, nag-conduct sa tag-survey sa atong mga learners. As what our Assistant Superintendent mentioned, naabot na kita sa more or less 149,000 ka mga enrollees. But based on the survey, we only have 6,809 learners ang adunay laptop o cellphones. So inaana ra siya kagamay compared to the total enrollment that we have. Ang availability po sa radio for our learners, only or less than 5,000 ang naa. Then in terms of internet connection, more than 3,000 lang ang andunay access to internet connection. So inana ra kagamay ang ato ang makita nga number of learners nga dunay access ani nga mga butang, laptop, cellphones, radio, and internet. Then we also try to consider the division computerization program packages nga atong i-distribute sa mga schools, no? We distributed 640 DCPs to our schools in the entire province. This means that not all schools have been provided with these packages, considering that a good number are located in areas with no electricity. So dili pud tanan nga mga schools ang duna ani nga mga DCP packages. Labi na kay ang uban walay kuryente, no? So dili tanan ang duna ani nga mga materials. So mo ni siya ang data nga atong makita in terms of available resources and equipment, no, gadgets of our teachers. So makita nato nga kadaghanan naa sa Municipality of Lala, Kapatagan, Sultan Naga de Maporo, Tubod East, Tubod, and the rest tagagmay na siya ang available gadgets sa tuang mga teachers. And of course, on the availability of laptops, desktops, mao ni siya ang itsura sa number of o sa data sa atong mga teachers nga naana. So we have Lala, SND, Tubod, Maigo, no? The rest, gamay na lang ang number of teachers nga doon na ani nga mga equipment. For cellphone also, sa mas same ra ang trend sa number of teachers nga doon na ani nga mga equipment, doon na ani nga mga gadgets. But for the radio, kadaghanan sa mga teachers nga doon na ani access sa radio or handheld radio tuwa sa mga interior municipalities, no? Like Monay, Nunungan, Pantawragat, Pantar, Taguluan, no? Tangkal. Then in terms of internet connection, kadaghanan po sa mga dunay access to internet are those municipalities situated in the coastal areas, no? Ang tuwa sa interior medyo limitado or wala joy internet connection. Then sa DCP also katong Division Computerization Package mao po niyang itsura sa ato ang data. Though all municipalities were given the package, pero dili tanan nakakuha sa maong package. So we'll proceed now to the learning delivery modalities that our division is trying to implement this school year 2020-2021. Ang una nato nga nakita nga applicable nga learning modality is the online learning. So sa online learning, gitawag nato ni siya og synchronous ang strategy nato ani. We have the teacher to enlist the learners in the platform. So pwede siyang mag-create og online platform using the MS Teams or the Google Meet or the Zoom where he or she can meet the learners. So gitawag siya og synchronous tungod kay there is that real time nga pwede ang bata makig-interact ni teacher even wala sila nag face to face kay gibuhat man ni online. So pwede siyang maka-interact, dunay control ang teacher, dunay control ang bata in the discussion. So ang buhaton ni teacher ani, he or she is going to enlist the learners and give the link to the guidelines to the students or learners in the teaching learning interaction. So tagaan niya og guideline ang tanan nga appeal sa maong programa. So sama aning gihimo nato karon nga webinar, this is an online learning. Nga naay mga discussions dinhi nga ikakumpara nato sa teacher ug doon na usab mga participants nga ika-compare nato sa mga learners. So buhaton kini siya 2 days at 1 hour per day per learning area. Then the remaining 2 days will be done for homework and there will be a 1-day assessment of the learners. So i-assess sa teachers ang mga bata para mahibalaan nato ang performance niya. And then unsay buhaton ni learner? So si learner will have to answer those activities nga gihatag ni teacher sa iyaha. Then he or she is going to upload the answered activity sheets balik ngadto ni teacher. Then the teacher provides additional inputs and assignments and also the feedback of the performance of the learners during that particular teaching learning interaction. So mo ni ang una nato nga modality, the online learning. Ang ikaduha is the self-learning modules. So this is the use of the modules being developed by the central office, the regional office, and the division office through our writers from the different schools. So this is a weekly activity. So in a week, dunay usa ka module nga ihatag ngadto sa mga bata. So unsaon man sa paghimo? So the produced self-learning modules will be distributed to every learner. So doon natay i-organize unya ni sa school level nga mutabang sa tong mga teachers in the distribution of the self-learning modules na ang ato ang barangay, ang atong PTA. and this shall be delivered to the learner's home. Then, after accomplishing the activities in the learning modules, the learners will submit the weekly output. The barangay representative will deliver the drop boxes containing the modules and the portfolios of our learners to the school. So ibalik ini sa ato ang partner nga magkuha sa ilahang modules o sa ilahang portfolios para mabalik dito sa school for the teachers to segregate the outputs, check, and give comments of the outputs of the learners. Then, the teacher also will give feedback to the parents in terms of the performance of the learners. Okay. So the third modality is the digital video lessons with self-learning modules. So this is an asynchronous activity tungod kay wala man ni siya, dili man ni siya nato madungan, depende man ni sa gusto sa mga bata as to when he or she is going to answer the activities in the digital video lessons being given. So unsaan man ni siya paghimo, doon na tayo gitawag nga production of video lessons by select teachers. So we have pool of teachers nga maghimo niini, nga mag-produce og video lessons coming from the self-learning modules nga gi-develop. So katong self-learning modules will be stored in a flash drives, and together with the self-learning modules, this shall be delivered to the learner's home. So ipadala to siya ngadto sa atong kabalayan with the help also again of our barangay representative diya sa community, sa PTA o sa barangay council to deliver this to the homes of our learners. Then this will be done in a week. So mag-answer siya sa mga activities, sa tanang katunan dito sa learning modules. Dayon, on the last day, iuli niya ni pagbalik ngadto sa nasabutan nga butangan. It might be in a drop box which shall be collected by the representative of the barangay who will duly deliver the same to the school. So the assigned teachers of all grade level will then segregate the outputs. And then again, the teacher will check, will send feedback to the parents in terms of the performance of the students of those subjects being undertaken using the self-learning modules being prepared. By the way, I just would like to emphasize that during the conduct of the delivery, the retrieval of the materials, everyone involved should observe the minimum observance of the health protocols. Then the fourth one is the digital audio lessons with self-learning modules. So ganina, video man to, kinina po audio. So para ni sa mga bata nato nga walay ang available nila nga gadget is audio, so radio, no? So mulay naa sa ilahang balay, so ang iyahang gamiton sa iyang pagtuon mao ang iyahang radio. So pwede niyang doon na kita'y grupo sa mga teachers again nga mag-produce og video, audio lessons para ani. So again, this will be stored in a flash drive. Dayon i-deliver pagbalik ngadto sa panimalay sa atong mga learners together with the self-learning modules. And then, at the end of the week, this will be retrieved, kuhaon pagbalik sa tuwang barangay representative who will drop those materials to the school. The assigned teachers will then segregate those outputs, those portfolios, checkan ni teacher, graduhan, and then again, the teacher will then give feedback to the parents as to the performance of the learners in this learning modality. Dayon ang sunod nato nga learning modality is the TV-based instruction, no? So this is asynchronous modality of learning tungod kay naaman tay gitawag og real time ani, meaning the schedule of the airing of the lesson episodes is specific. So dungan sila, katong tanan nga nag-enroll ani nga modality, dungan silang magtan-aw sa ilahang TV on the lesson episodes nga i-play sa TV stations. So as of the moment, since we have limited number of TV channels in the province, ang available nato nga TV channel sa tuwa kinirang CS channel sa to ang provincial government, no? So we try to connect with them if we can have more time, airtime para nato ma-play ang ato ang mga lesson episodes diha sa TV stations. So ang buhaton sa atong mga bata ni, they are going to view the lesson, answer the activities on the self-learning modules. So katong ilang yansiran nga self-learning modules again will be collected by our barangay representative, or in the event wala tani, kolektahon sa atong mga teachers. Dayon this will be brought back to the school for the segregation, for the checking, and for the grading of the outputs of our learners. And again, the teacher will give feedback, no, as to the learner's performance to be sent to the parents. Then ang sunod nato nga learning modality is the radio-based instruction. So kato ni siyang mga bata nato nga dunay maabot sa frequency sa to ang available radio stations in the province. So again, just like the TV stations, we also have limited number of radio stations in the province. And as of the moment, doon na palang tayo duha kara radio stations nga positive ang feedback that they will be our partners in the implementation of radio-based instruction. We have the BYBFM of Kapatagan being run by the local government unit and the DXNE Radio Kalambuan. So we are going to play the lesson episodes in the radio stations. So nga itong mga bata ni, tungod kay doon naman tayo specific nga time to air these lesson episodes. So nga itong mga bata, yun po magabantay, magatibaan sa schedule nga gihatag as to when they are going to play the lesson episodes. So nga itong mga bata, again, will use the SLMs na self-learning modules, answer the activities based on the instruction given diha sa radio. And then katong ilang mga gipangansiran nga mga answer, mga activity sheets will be taken by the barangay representative, i-deliver ngadto sa school. Then same process, ang atong mga teachers mag-segregate ani, will check their outputs, their portfolio, and then give feedback to the parents after a quarter or in a period, no? So siguro in the first quarter, pareha ra gyapon sa una nga maghatag ta og quarterly report in terms of performance of our students. So mao to siya ang atoang unom ka learning modalities nga to ang adapon as we face the new normal in the implementation of the in giving teaching learning interactions to our learners. However, there are some areas that we need to get support from our partners, from everyone in the community. One of which is the budget to produce modules. No, usa ni sa tong giproblemahan gyud kay in terms of production of modules, medyo dako-dako ang ato ang panginahanglanon kay daghan man kaayo nga mga learning modules ang ato ang i-print o i-digitize. Kanang yung sa printing mo ay pinakadaghan. However, nakita nato nga daghan na pud karon sa ato ang mga partners, sa ato ang mga stakeholders ang nag-extend sa ilang support para magamay-gamayan ang atong problema in terms of the getting budget for the production of our modules. Another one is on the budget for airtime cost for TV and radio-based instruction. We're so happy nga sa Municipality of Kapatagan doon natay nakuha nga information nga mahimong libre ba to ang pag play sa to ang mga lesson episodes diha sa radio station sa Kapatagan. But we are still trying to connect with other TV stations basin pa og matagaan po ta nila og free airtime para mapaabot nato sa kadaghanang kabataan ang pagtuon diha sa radio, using the radio as the media for the instruction. Another area that needing support is the online training for teachers and parents. So we are also trying to craft programs unsaon nato nga makapacitate nato ang ato ang mga teachers. However, for our parents, this is an initial engagement para mapadayon ang ato ang panaghio sa pag-engage as partners in the education sector. Tungod kay we believe nga ang atong mga ginikanan o ato ang mga stakeholders, ang atong mga partners are very essential para sa ato ang pag-implement sa programa sa education. And we would like also to include, no, i-inform ang tanan nga sa ato ang radio-based instruction, appeal po natong nahimong partner ang radio station sa Bacolod, ang ato ang Grace FM. So doon na po tayo slot dito, doon na tayo airtime nga diin ma-play po nato ang ato ang programa sa radio-based instruction. Another area needing support is the request for capital outlay, no? Kinanglanong niya po nato ang pag-procure sa mga gamit nga atong magamit diya sa pag-reproduce ato ang mga learning modules. And of course, atong MOE. So siguro sa before sa nigawa na hitabo ning pandemic, naka-program na ang ato ang budget sa MOE diya sa, like for example, diya sa mga improvement nato sa school. But this time we are trying to prioritize, no, the production of our learning materials. Mao gid siya ang tutukan ato sang set aside tong ato ang plano nga dili kaayo related dito sa pag-produce ato ang learning modules nga atong gamiton sa pag implement sa ato ang education under the new normal. And of course, our ECF, same ra gihapon, ang atong ECF naka-budget na po siya for the production of our learning materials. We have here provision of laptops. We hear that doon ay mga divisions, doon ay mga municipalities nga nag-sponsor to provide laptops to our teachers, to our learners. So, usa po ni siya ka-challenge para natong tanan, no? Then provision of hand washing facility katong mga schools nga wala pa hand washing facility, water system, and of course production of advocacy materials. Aron daghan ang mahibalo bahin aning nanghitabo sa tong palibot karon, no? Nga we need to be careful kay ang ato ang kontra di nato makita. So we need to have that advocacy para sa tanan. And of course, internet connectivity in schools and barangays. Usa gini sa pinaka problema kay kadaghanan sa mga schools and barangays wala ani nga internet connection. So, ito lamang siya ang ato ang learning modalities nga akong gi-share sa inyo. Salamat kayo sa inyong presensya karong hapuna. We hope that our partnership will continue as we face the new normal since we are being challenged by this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much and good day everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Angelito D. Barosona, for discussing to us the different modalities to be adopted in our division of Lanao del Norte. Before we proceed, I would like to inform everybody that if you have some questions, please reserve that questions after all the topics be delivered by our different speakers. You can drop your questions in the chat box. Okay. Late, palihog kog stop sa imuhang kuan late imong slide. Now, before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the following people who are now participating in their different districts in their municipality. So we have here 28 PTA officials who are participating. And then we have also 16 parents and 4 LGU officials, including the Mayor of Munay, Honorable Rahma D. Andamama. And we have also here 452 DepEd officials. Thank you so much for your participation. Now, this time around, to discuss to us the crucial rules and responsibilities of the parents, may I call in Dr. Rosalio Vios and Dr. Mary Arlene C. Carbonero. Nakamute ka, Manoy. Manoy Bios, nakamute ka. Hello, Dr. Vios, nakamute. Dr. Vios.
So on, walay sounds.
Dr. Earl, tapad man mo karon diha. Okay.
Ano sounds?
Dr. Rosalio Vios.
Tawagin na, Bridget.
si Dr. Bios, tawagin lang sa cellphone.
Hello. Oh, ha? Okay, sige. Okay, laton sa nato kay nawala daw ang signal nila dito. Nanawag si Dr. Earl. Okay. Again, I would like to request everyone that if you have some questions, so please reserve that question after all the topics be delivered by our... Dili na ko makita. Dili na ko makita din siya. Aham na ko ni tanaw. Oh, wala diri. Aham na ko ni tanaw. Sige. Okay na, Dr. Bios? Wala na o kanang kuan pa. The document is not published. Mo istorya sa ko gamay ha. Again, we have 28 PTA officials who are participating in this training, and we have 16 parents, 4 LGU officials, and we have 452 DepEd personnel. Wala. Haman ako ibutan. Wala. Ipa-access na ko na sila. Okay. For your questions, so please access www.menti.com and use the code 293327. Again, if you have some questions, please access to www.menti.com and use the code 293327. Karon pa nakita. So, are you ready now, Dr. Bios, for your topic? Wala. Apa dyan tupag? Ha? Lihat to?
Ang kuan ba? Ang kinig.
Hello, Ma'am Arlene. Hello, Ma'am Arlene.
Hello, Doc. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Nawala ilang signal, ma'am. Nanawag si Earl na ako din. Dili na. Kinsay sunod ani, ma'am?
Supposed to be ang sinugdanan man gud ani kay kay Doc Bios, but then
Bios.
sige ako sang i-prepare ang iyang slides, ako sa isulod.
Sige.
Ha?
Sige. Na naman mura. Oo, unsa man?
Kaya ang sumpay man gud akong na-prepare, Doc, ang katunga ba? Ang first part of the topic kang Doc Bios. Wala man din nato, di ba?
Na-download na. Sige kasi.
Na-download mo?
Sa pikas ako ko. Wala ko sa pikas. Ako i-share ha.
Like 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so please help me welcome Dr. Rosalio Vios for the discussion for the crucial roles and responsibilities of parents.
Balik na. My respect and greetings to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Mary Ann M. Aliera, the OIC chief of the curriculum implementation division, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, the chief of the school governance and operation division, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, education program supervisors, public school district supervisors, coordinating principals, our local executives, local officials, and representatives, our federated PTA presidents, and maybe we have our parents on the line, our teachers and our school heads in the other platform, in the live stream. Good afternoon to each and everyone. This afternoon, we will be presenting to you with Dr. Arlene Carbonera. I will be the one to have the walking through of the first 15 slides for this webinar. But before proceeding any further, I just would like to give credit and recognition to the one who prepared this presentation or these slides in the person of Dr. Mambiki Agaso, the Schools Division Superintendent of Malaybalay Division. Again, this afternoon we will be walking through on the crucial roles and responsibilities of the parents. Now, it could not be denied that we are all parents of our learners. Even we are not their biological parents, but as our function as educators, we are all parents of our students. So why crucial? Talking about crucial roles, why crucial? Maybe because there is a need for us to really make a well-planned and decision-making in support to the education of our children and even to our students in the secondary and even in the senior high school. Now, we have that great responsibilities as it is formulated and stipulated in the Executive Order 209, which is signed into law by no less than Her Excellency, the President of the Philippines in 1987, Honorable Her Excellency Corazon Juanco Aquino. That it is also known as the Family Code of the Philippines. This time, the global pandemic paved the way to the so-called new normal. Now, it has been discussed already that the new normal It is now the unusual, no? It is not the usual happening, or it is not the usual delivery of education and instruction inside the classrooms, as we are now adopting another system of education, as we are preparing our respective homes for our children to study and to learn more in their respective houses. Now, the global pandemic is also the reason why the country educational system is now at stake or facing such critical issues when it comes to the big challenge among the parents, especially to re-examine their critical roles, or to examine our critical roles to the children's education. As what I have enunciated a while ago, that in Executive Order 209, Article 220, that will serve as legal basis as the Family Code of the Philippines, stipulates the role or underscores the role of parents to their children, no, our children. Number one, this is to keep them in their company. Now, we could not afford that our children, our students, maglatagaw lang sila aning panahona sa panahon nga naa ang pandemic. But our critical role is to really support our children, to educate and to give and to instruct them by right precept. This is our main target, our target destination, that not only the knowledge, skills, and the skills that we are going to give to our learners, but most probably also the right precept, the right behavior, and maybe they will become a good example in the society to provide for their upbringing in keeping with their means. So usan ni siya kadako nga lantawunon sa ato ang mga parents, kita nga mga parents, para sa ato ang mga anak o sa ato mga estudyante, nga dili ta pwede nga basta na lang ato silang pasagdan. That we are going to guide them, that we are going to accompany with them in support to their search for quality education. Another role of the parents to their children is to give them love and affection. So, usan ni siya nga kapamaagi nga mga bata, they would really experience our support, our love and affection to them by providing them their necessary needs, especially in their needs for education. Advice and counsel, companionship, and understanding. So gikinahanglan di ay nga ang parents maghugoy-hugoy ta sa ato ang mga anak aron dihang dapita ato sad sila nga masabtan kung unsa ilahang mga panginahanglanon aron mahimo sila nga masuod nato. Another role of the parents is to provide them with moral and spiritual guidance, no? Honesty, integrity, self-discipline, self-reliance, industry and thrift. Stimulate their interest in civic affairs and inspire in them with their duties of citizenship. So daghan kaayo taog ang ngayan nga lantawon as the role of the parents, no? Nga usa nato nga atong ihatag kanila nga tudluan ni sila nga mahimo nga dili kamao mamakak, no? Kung mahimo diha sa ato ang company, tudluan nato sila unsay maayo nga buhaton. Unsaon pagdisiplina sa ilang mga kaugalingon, o ilasad nga malantaw ang ilang kaugalingon nga doon na pagwi mga paglaom sa unahan in spite of this pandemic. Nga dili sila magtinapulan nga mulihok gyud og aron nga matuman nila ang ilahang mga katuyuan. Ato pud silang tudluan nga mahimo sila nga mga aktibo nga mo participate sa mga gimbuhaton diha sa ato ang community and inspire even to participate the duties of the citizenship or being a citizen. So we have that legal basis, no? Another role is that to furnish them with good and wholesome educational materials. So ani karon nga panahon na gikadagan-daghan naman nigbalik-balik nga istorya nga ang atoa karong tibuok kalibutan natay og gyud og ana ang pagkakurat niining mao nga pandemic, which is really an emergency, which is really called for a quarantine, which is really called for a disaster, no, or a disastrous event na hitabo karon nga beyond our expectation. So niabot kining gitawag og new normal dinhi sa ato ang Department of Education, in which students are get more exposed to the internet, that there is really a need for us, the teachers and the parents, to consider their private needs, to consider their safety, to consider their security, and even their digital well-being as they are exposed to the internet, so that we can put this as our top priorities in order that we have a very successful remote learning and online learning, as Dr. Barasuna have brought us a while ago when it comes to the different learning modalities. Recreation, no? We have that recreation and supervise their activities, association with others, protect them from bad company, and prevent them from acquiring habits detrimental to their health, studies, and morale. So these are the critical roles and responsibilities to the parents, no, or us, parents of our children or our students. Then to represent them in all matters affecting their interest. So meaning to say nga, dili lang nato ni sila pasagdaan, nato silang alalayan sa ilahang mga interest, sa ilahang mga plano, sa ilahang paghimo, sa ilang pagbuhat, diha sa ilang mga plano, labi na gyud nga naara gyud sila karon aning gitawag nato nga distance learning, different learning modalities, in which ang teachers dili gyud kaayo kahimo sa face-to-face nga delivery of instruction. So the role of the parents, grabe gyud kaayo ka critical, meaning dapita that need for extreme decision making, that whether failure or success of the plan or the support to the learners by the parents, usani siya nga mahitabo nga itong i-consider. Another role of the parents is to demand from them respect and obedience, no? So lantawon po nato ni as parents nga ang mga bata nato, ang atong mga anak, ang atong mga estudyante, mahimo tang respetuhan or musunod sila nato kung ila usab nga nakita nga kita as parents will serve as model of these children. Now in that passage of the book of Ephesians chapter 6 verses 1 to 3, children, obey your parents in the Lord. No, so giingon diha nga mga anak, sunda inyong mga ginikanan kay mao kana ang husto, aron kamo mabulahan ug mataas ang inyong kinabuhi dinhi sa kalibutan. Mao na ang gilaray gisaysay diha sa Ephesians. Og diri pod sa atong Holy Quran, giingon pod na dinha, worship Allah and join none within worship, and do good to parents. Respecting parents is one of the most significant aspect of Islam. So ma-Christian man o ma-Muslim, ang mga bata nato or ang atong mga ginikanan, dapat ato silang tudluan sa maayo nga pamatasan nga morespeto o musunod sa angayan nga maayo nga sundon. Another role is that role of the parents to impose discipline on them as may be required under the circumstances. No, so atong lantawon og maayo dinha sa Proverbs 13:24, giingon po din ha, no, nga wala mo higugmaa ang imong anak kung dili mo siya kastigohon, no? Kung gihigugma mo siya, imo siyang pantunon. So naa dinay gibutang nga whoever spares the rod hates son, but he who loves his diligent to discipline him. So usahay ato ning malimtan nga ang pagdisiplina, paghatag og disiplina sa atong mga kabataan, dili lang ingon nga dili nato sila tagaan og pahinomdom, labi na kung masubraan na, dili nato mapasakitan, grabe ang pagpangga, usahay mo abusar ang atong mga bata. Pero ang hatag o ang paghatag nato nila nga medyo pagdisiplina, nga medyo masakitan sila, usa kini kapamaagi nga ang ginikanan naghigugma sa iyang mga anak, ug ang mga anak pod maghunahuna ni nga gihigugma usab sa iyang mga ginikanan ug pinangga tungod kay aduna man gyud siya nabati nga disiplina nga pamaagi gikan sa iyang mga ginikanan. So nindot kay sa paminawon, no? Another role of the parents is to perform such other duties that are imposed by law of parents and guardians. No? So that's the role of the parents, or we as the parents of our students. According to the Bible, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So makita gihapon siya sa Proverbs, no? Chapter 22 verse 6, that train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So, buti pasabot nga giingon na didto sa Proverbs, panultion, tudloi ang bata kung unsaon niya sa pagkinabuhi nga matarong og hinumduman niya kini sa tibuok niyang kinabuhi. So mauna ang kanindot niining ato ang webinar karon, kay it's not only talking more on the learning modalities, but we are talking the other side of the role of the parents, imposing the roles and responsibilities to this big challenge as we are now facing the new normal brought to us by the COVID-19 pandemic. According to our Secretary, Honorable Leonor Magtulis Briones, that parents, or the role of parents in the new normal in education, is really crucial. And according to him, education must continue even in times of crisis, whether it may be a calamity, disaster, emergency, quarantine, or even war. So kita karon gaatubang sa usa ka disaster, no? Naata ining gitawag og unexpected nga mga panghitabo, emergency, the COVID-19, nga mingkitil gyud og mga kinabuhi sa atong mga katawhan. No? So according to Secretary, we could not really afford not to continue the education, the quality of education that we have started even many years already, just for this calamity, disaster, emergency, and even war. Because DepEd is always ready to make any ways for us to really continue the quality of education that our students really deserve. According also to our Undersecretary for Finance, Honorable Annalyn M. Sibilia, that yes, the role of parents in the new normal in education is crucial, very critical and very important, the role of parents. The cooperation, according to her, the cooperation and support coming from parents will be very important as the entire basic education system braces for the so-called new normal. No, so it is really a new normal, as what we have heard already from the different speakers, not only from this webinar, that it is already a new normal because it is really different from the usual setting that the delivery that we have conducted last year compared to this year. So what I have said in the previous slide, that the new normal, by this time, our students get involved more to the internet activities. That is why we will be, at least we are very much careful, or we will be very careful in looking into this responsibility, putting top priorities for this, because ang atong mga bata na karon nagtrabaho sa online. It might be dangerous to them, or it might be disadvantage. There is that disadvantages or advantages. But what is the most important is the cooperation and support coming from the parents for this challenge, or this big challenge in the new normal. Now, DepEd is preparing the implementation. Now, according to Sir Lito, Dr. Barasuna, that the Department of Education and even the Division of Lanao del Norte, in the entire province, we are now preparing the 6 learning modalities, no, for our learners. Because until this moment, our top management in the local, in the national government did not allow us and did not give us any go signal to utilize the face-to-face classroom instruction because of the continuous threat of the COVID-19 pandemic. So in this different learning modalities such as online learning, modular approach, radio-based instruction, and we have that television-based instruction. We have that online, digital audio with modules, digital video with modules, and the self-learning module only. But we could not really implement this one positively or effectively without the support of the parents in the implementation of these multimodal approaches. So again, the role of the parents, very crucial, very critical. Now, smaller classroom sizes, Saturday classes, and other alternative delivery modes are also being considered to ensure the learning of students will continue. So again, the role of the parents in this new normal is very critical, no? Especially that our students will be exposed to the online platform, and especially that the learning is considerably distant learning. So preferably distant learning. So that is why the support, the assistance of the parents in this distant learning is always be visible. Like what we did last Sunday, that we have simulated the radio-based instruction at Kapatagan Radio Station with one of our teachers at Lala National High School, in a person of John Rick Compassion, that he simulated the radio-based instruction, and at the other side, the learners or the learner with his parent in Maranding, no, sa ilahang balay, naminaw siya sa radyo, diin ang maestro gatudlo dinha sa radyo sa istasyonan sa radyo. So usa na siya kapamaagi nga diin ang atong parents makita ang iyahang role, very crucial role sa pag-uban sa iyahang anak samtang naminaw sa radyo, kay basig natulog na ng bata, naminaw sa radyo o baka na naminaw or nagunsa na siya dinha. So at least the parents naa siya sa tapad aron makita niya ang gibuhat sa iyang anak samtang naminaw sa radio-based instruction diha sa ilang balay. Another is that if online learning will be used, there are several considerations that would require parents' participation and involvement, such as the facility to be used, no? So diha sa atong balay kay lagi ang atong klase karon under sa new normal, dili naman sa eskwelahan. So adto naman sa balay ang klase, so the preparations will be sa ato ang mga balay, no, sa ato ang dapitan nagpuyo. So kining gitawag diri nga facility to be used, at least si parents or ang atong mga ginikanan mag-ready niini nga doon na ba kay space, no, or lugar ang bata nga diin siya mo lugar sa iyang kaugalingon unya kung naa na ning mga learning modalities maabot sa iyahang panimalay. For example, doon na siya audio lesson with SLM. So at least naa siya gadget, no? Kay unsaon man niya pag kanang gamit sa iyang USB kung or flash drive, kung wala siya gadget nga magamit o radyo baka karon nga iyang mabutangan sa iyang flash drive para maminaw siya. Then at least pod ang facility to be used, ang space or ang area, ang lugar, dili siya madisturbo. Kay basin unya gasige siya og paminaw unya madisturbo siya hangtod na lang hinoon mawala sa iyang focus. So internet connection and among others, these are the many things that our parents should look into these materials aron matagaan gyud si bata or ang anak sa insakto nga mga materials for his or her education. After the children are exposed to online learning or once they have experienced the online platform learning, ang sunod na pod nga buhaton sa atong mga parents or kita nga mga parents atong i-follow up kung unsay ilahang nabuhat didto sa online learning. Ato silang i-follow up or pangutan-o nato kung unsay ilahang kanang gitawag nato nga enjoyable moments, no, or experience while they are exposed to online learning. Aron sad maklaro nato ug doon na basad siya nahibalan or in order for us to monitor and to evaluate kung doon na ba'y kalisod si bata o si anak nato sa pagpamati diha sa online learning o sa pagkat-on sa leksyon through online learning. So dako kayo siya nga responsibilidad o papel nga atong i-perform as parents para nga ang online interaction dili siya masayang or ang online platform nato learning dili siya masayang kundi matagaan gyud siya og importansya kay para man ni sa maayo nga performance mahitabo niya sa inyong mga anak ug sa atong mga anak. So we have this to help ways to help keep media use positive and helpful, no? So naatay daghan nga mga pamaagi unsaon nato nga mahatod nato ang atoang kaning gitawag nato nga leksyon, no? Or ato ang gitawag nga instruction para sa atong mga anak. We have different form of media or means of communication. No, we have radio, television, we have that broadcasting network or even newspaper, no? That will form part as media kanang newspaper or any broadcasting station, radio and television or even our gadgets. So para nga magamit siya sa atong mga bata nga kanang gitawag nato nga productive ang media nga atong gigamit ang means of communication, mao ni ang mga tips nga atong ihatag sa parents or mao ni kibali ang posible nga angayan nato nga buhaton aron ang mga means of communication nga gamiton sa ato ang Department of Education for this distant learning and online learning para sa atong mga bata mahimo siya nga productive. Una, the parents should contact the teachers about the educational online and offline activities your children should do. So mauna nga naatay mga different learning modalities karon nga ato ang i-implement sa atong Department of Education, particularly sa atong probinsya sa Lanao del Norte, aron nga mahatagan ug mahatod nato ang atong mga katuyuan diha sa atong department nga maugyod ang dekalidad nga edukasyon para sa atong mga anak, even online and offline activities. Kung moingon ta og online activities, do natay mga nagkadaiya nga mga pamaagi niini ang katong gihisgutan sa unahan ni Dr. Barasuna. Og ari po ta sa offline activities, do na po tay daghan kaayo nga mga offline activities nga among ihatod ug ihatag dinha sa inyong tagsa-tagsa ka panimalay pinaagi sa support usab sa atong mga local government units aron kini makita ug magamit sa inyong mga anak. So ang una lang yung buhaton sa parents nga atong i-contact ang teachers. We should reach our teachers by all means, no? Naaman tay mga cellphones dayon atong mga teachers 24/7 na sila nga naghulat sa inyong mga tawag aron mo matagaan sa inyong mga concern sa ilahang tubag para sa ato ang mga kabataan through online and offline education. Another tip to parents, use social media for good, no? So ato ni siyang bantayan kay usahay lagi ning social media, dili nato ni siya magamit in full maximum or in maximum utilization sometimes. So diri dapita dapat bantay ta niini kaning sa mga social media nga atong magamit. So ang parents para nga magamit nato or atong matagaan gyud og mansira nato kinahanglan sa mga bata, pwede ta nga i-check nato ang atong mga silingan, no? Kay basing do na sila mga gitawag nato nga mga means of communication, no? Aron ang atong mga bata matagaan sila og access kung wala ni sa ato ang mga panimalay or even mismo diha sa atong kaugalingon gyud nga resources. So wala siya kibali. So at least magamit na to ang ato ang mga kaigsuonan pod ato mga silingan. Kung wala pod sila ila, at least we can share all these means of communication para lang mahatod na to ang ato ang leksyon sa ato ang mga kabataan. Another one tip to the parents, use media for social connection. No, so magamit kaayo nato ang social media kaning different means of communication nato karon, television, radio, cellphones, no, broadcasting or any broadcasting network or station aron nga dili nato kaayo maklaro or dili kaayo nato mabati nga nagkalagyo ay kita kibali kay naaraman we are just 6 miles away, no? So dool ra kaayo ta pinaagi sa ato ang mga social connection or media connection. So if your kids are missing their school friends or other family, So pwede na to sila ingnon nga with the use of your gadgets or with the use of unsay available nga materials or means of communication nga nasa ilaha para nga ilahang mag-rate ang ilahang mga classmates or aron dili sila kaayo matawag nga in isolation gyud. No, at least they can keep in touch with their friends, with their classmates, with their relatives and friends in their immediate families. So we can utilize the social connection through means of communication, the media system. Another one is choose quality content and use trusted sources to find it. No, so usahay ato ning bantayan kay tungod lagi sa accessibility of the use of media or the use of means of communication, our students or we can really access automatically our needs online. But we must be careful on this or on that because sometimes malimtan na nato that we have that social responsibility, digital responsibility when we are working online. So atong lantawon kay base ng atong napili nga mga content or si bata naka-online siya pagkahuman dili na day mao ang iyahang gamit or gi-access. Ninggobiya na sa atong mga self-learning modules and even more wala na ta masayod kung unsa ilang mga na-discover dinha sa ato ang online or sa ilang online nga activity. So at least trusted resources ang ato ang makita. So the most of it we have that self-learning module. These self-learning modules developed by the central office, the regional office, and the division office. These are all quality assured self-learning modules that can be trusted for our learners to make these learning modules as their learning materials. No? So ato ni siyang i-consider gyud nga pinaka-importante nga tips to the parents. Then another is use media together. No? So kaning usa ka pamaagi nga mahimo siyang positive or helpful or productive ang paggamit sa means of communication nato kay karon ra bang panahon na daghan na gyud ta kaayo og mga gadgets. So use media together, meaning to say that there is always an ample time for us or an opportunity to monitor no unsay gihimo sa ato ang mga anak online. No, labi na ron kay nga atong mga anak og mag-online ni sila magamit sa ilang computer, nag-online study baka sila or nagtan-aw sa ilang mga modules, manira ni sila sa ilang kwarto. Dayon usahay dili na ta kamatikod unsa na kay ilang gihimo. So that is why the role of the parents in providing the facility to be used during online activities kinahanglan ni siyang matagaan og priority. Nga at least makita na to ang bata nga nag-online siya diya sa iyang room or nag-online siya anak nga space diya ba sa payag sa gawas sa balay or ilalom ba sa unuan sa kahoy, at least be visible siya nato nga makita so that we can really observe our children on what they are actually doing during the online activities. Aron usab ato silang mabantayan or ma-follow up. And even watching a family movie together can help everyone relax while you appreciate the storytelling and meaning that movies can bring. So sa bitaw diya sa atong panimalay tugod kay gikapoy na kaita wala na tingganay kuan dugol ra tuod ta kaayo pero perting lagyo kay ngano man wala na may tingganay kay nag-ihay nagkubi sa mga gadgets. Pero kung si parents makakita siya pamaagi to sit down and to stay together watching a family movie together, so makita nato nga na-relax ang tibuok pamilya, walay stress, no? So sumura siya relaxing time. Then while you are appreciating the storytelling or the meaning of the movies nga inyong lantaw, and at the same time making what is already strong for the relationship nga atong na-build up diya sa atong pamilya, ato pa ni siyang ma-enhance because of the staying together, watching together the movie inside our house. Take your child virtually to work. So like what we did by this time, nga kanunay na takaron nga palas ani nga atong webinar nga even we are just at home or working from home, naara gyud ang ato ang mga trabaho nagpabilin. No, so parehas pud sa atong mga anak that we are going to take our child or our children to work without ever leaving home. No, so dili naman kinahanglan maglakaw-lakaw sila kay ngano man dakpon pod kay underage. No, dayon dili pod pwedeng maglakaw-lakaw kay the more nga they will be exposed to the virus, no, the COVID virus, the COVID pandemic. So madelikado po gihapon sila. So if possible, the parents will have to take their child to work virtually, no, meaning to say naa sila diha kanunay nagtrabaho, bisag moingon ta nga layo, pero at least na monitor gihapon nila ilang mga bata kay naa man sila gihimo or gi-establish nga platform para maka-communicate directly if ever there will be a follow-up and monitoring to be done. Another is that to make a media or the means of communication positive and helpful, to be more productive, let us also limit, no? Limits are still important. Dili kay always na lang tang gagamit sa technology, dayon wala na tay tulog-tulog. Pares na to karon nga medyo murag nagrabi na gyud ang trabaho nato sa online. So there is also a time for us to really push, no, our time to relax or even to sleep, no, kay beyond the number of hours sa atong pagtrabaho within the whole day, then moabot na ta og gabi na gyud kay nga pud pinagtrabaho hasta atong mga bata dili na pud siya maayo. At the same time, there is that physical activity, no? So dili lang po sila ingon nga magpermente og online, no, og online activities, but there's that physical activity, reading or family connection. Kay aron sa dunay variation ang time ni bata para sa iyahang pagtuon. Kay aron dili pud siya makaapoy og maayo or he or she will be get bored with online learning. Make a plan about how much time kids can play video games online with friends and where the devices will charge at night. Kaya aron po makapahulay ang mga devices, at least maka-charge sila dayon in doing other activities like video games or online with friends or unsa ba, at least makapahulay. So pwede po sila mopahulay ang ato ang mga bata. No, so usa ni siya ka talan-aon that the use of media or the means of communication is very important, no? Especially nowadays that we are facing new normal. But if possible, we should take a look also on the other side of the disadvantages of this media or the use of communication, because our learners still need our support and our assistance in times of doing these online activities using the different media or means of communication. So, according to Epstein's, in which he crafted the framework on the parents' involvement, no, the parents' involvement in the performances of our children. So, iyahan ning gi-craft nga framework in order for us to learn better what are the involvement of parents in the delivery of instruction. It's either a face-to-face or these modalities that we have that we are going to implement by this time. So the involvement of the parents in the performance of our learners. So number one, or this one, learning at home, no? So at least the parents should involve the families, no? And with their children in academic learning at home, including homework, goal setting, and other curriculum-related activities. And these are already the activities for the parents, especially if we are going to start already. If we are going to start on August 24, the opening of classes through distance learning, that if possible we can have the follow-up, no, kaning mga homework, no, homework of our children, our learners, nga naa sa ilahang mga self-learning modules. Goal setting, no, it was comprehensively discussed by Dr. Barasona that we have to have this goal setting, no? So meaning to say that if possible the teachers should make an individual learning plan for the different subjects to be introduced to the learners through our self-learning modules, and they will have to get agreed with the parents as to what is the target destination for that particular week within that particular competencies for that particular module and subject, no, or within that subject. Another curriculum related activities. So daghan man tag mga curriculum related activities, no? So ato na siyang i-appeal o follow up sa mga bata. As what we have learned a while ago, that it's not only for all online learning activities, but if possible, we should have also the limit to some other activities like video games, like doing the learners will play with their group mates, with their friends. So something like that could really also enhance their personal relationship with others. Another is that involvement of the parents is on the decision making. Include families as participants in school decision. And this is not new to us because our parents now are actively engaged in the different activities that we have organized in our Department of Education. No, so they form part in the decision making of the different organizations that we have, and even the different advocacies that we have in order to support the curriculum for the betterment of our learning in our province and even to the whole country as well. Another one is involvement of the parents to the performance of their learners. We have that collaboration, no, or collaborating with the community. So it's our civic and social responsibility that if possible, we should be getting involved in the different activities in the community. It might be in the school, it might be in the community where we belong, no? Or even in our respective families, so that we will be able also to share and our decisions and our contributions, our ideas will form part of the target successes in our plans and programs for the community. So that's one of the collaboration or involvement of the parents. That is from the National Educators Association Policy and Practice Department in 2008. So there are ways to achieve stronger parent-teacher partnership. So we have this already, parent-teacher partnership, as we have established the strong linkages with our parents and our parents-teacher associations, school governing council, and the different organizations that we have in the school, no, in our educational community. So the parental involvement, no, this is one of the target, no, in the parent-teacher partnership, that there is that parental involvement amidst pandemic. So that is why at this moment in time, still we are preparing for the different learning modalities for our learners. We are always inviting the attention of our parents and especially to our local government units that we could not really, the Department of Education could not really do it, no, in implementing the different learning modalities for the continuous education that we are going to provide with our learners in spite of this pandemic without your presence and without your support. So we are very much happy and thank you to all of your support, no, for this endeavor that we have started under this new normal delivery of education. So at least the parent can our parents will be involved in the making of, at least there will be a clear objective. Both teachers and parents must set a target. So that is why it is not only the dream of the division through our schools division superintendent and our assistant schools division superintendent and to all of the top leaders in our division. It is not only our dream to produce the self-learning modules, but if possible, we will be able to arrive in that particular target objective or target destination, that we can really collaborate with each other to really carry out the different learning modalities, different learning style and approaches that we are going to implement comes August 24. So the teachers and the parents will be playing a critical role in, especially in the distribution of the self-learning module and to strategize the retrieval of this module, and even more to set a very clear classroom, or shall we say class program of our learners in spite or despite of this pandemic, and even they are not in the school, so that this class program will somehow guide our teachers and our learners and even the parents on what are the subjects that are going to study and to learn for our learners, and for the parents to make their support and assistance to have their support and assistance to their learners. So at least there will be a clear objective for the parents and the teachers before all these things will be implemented or as we go in progress. Then another is that ways to achieve stronger parent-teacher partnership amidst pandemic is the willingness to cooperate. Now, this is now the call, no, the great call for our department in education, Division of Lanao del Norte, that if possible, we can really have a win-win support, no, and cooperation from our parents, that if possible, they can do extra mile just to achieve a successful implementation to continue the education of our children amidst pandemic. So again, we could not really do this by our own strength, by our own force, no? But we can really achieve all these plan and programs, our vision for this education, for the delivery of the education that we have under new normal. We can really do this through your collaboration and cooperation. So before anything else, by this time, in order to continue the presentation, I just would like to introduce to you the OIC Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, to continue the presentation, which is all about the crucial role and responsibilities of the parents amidst pandemic. With that, thank you very much and thank you for listening. May God bless us all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Ano something bro? Sumpay na po siya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosalio Vios, for emphasizing to us the role of the parents to their children. So this time, to continue the topic, may I call in our OIC Chief Curriculum Implementation Division, Ma'am Dr. Mary Arlene C. Carbonera.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Tabar Makita. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Makita ra ang slides.
Yes, ma'am. 5 ways. 5 ways to help children, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
My respect to our Honorable Mayor Barry Baguio, the President of the Lanao del Norte Mayors League, and to all municipal mayors in attendance, representative of our municipal mayors and other LGU officials, to our federated PTA officials, to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Edilberto L. Oplinaria, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Mary Ann M. Aliera, SGOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmila Ablin, and the SGOD personnel, Senior Education Program Specialist, Dr. Rasmila Kosain, to the CID hardworking personnel who burn their candles just to come up a module to be used by our learner, our education program supervisors, to our public school district supervisors, coordinating principals and school heads in attendance, other guests, good afternoon. Mine is a continuation of Dr. Rosalio Vios' topic, Crucial Rules and Responsibilities of Parents. A pleasant afternoon to everyone again. The UNICEF works in over 190 countries and territories to save children's lives, to defend their rights, and to help them fulfill their potential from early childhood through adolescence, and they never give up. As the number of COVID-19 cases soars high and the needs of children and their families, there is a need to keep boys and girls connected to education along with giving them protection. The UNICEF is sharing to us the 5 ways to help our children to learn in this time of COVID-19 pandemic. Let us discuss the 5 ways one at a time. The first way is to plan a routine together. The parent and his child together with the teacher will plan the learning activities each day. The learning plan includes playtime so that the learning will not be boring for that child. There is a reading time to help the child improve his reading skills. The plan varies depending on the level of understanding and readiness of the child, meaning plan can be adjusted or revised. So the second way is to have open conversations. To whom? Of course, to your children. Homie had hard time dealing with stress, anxiety, and fear in COVID-19, and who hardly understand why they are not allowed to come to school. So as parent, put yourself on their situation. Dili malalim nga dili sila pagawason, no, because we have this law that only that those who are 21 below and those who are 60 up, aging 60 up, dili pwedeng makagawa. So really boring. So encourage then your children to ask questions and express his feelings. Do it with utmost patience and understanding. So this is a time ato yung paminawon ang mga kabataan, no? So we will encourage our parents nga kung naghatag man sila pasensya, taas this time ipataas pagyud ang pasensya sa atong mga kabataan. We need to listen to them, talk to them. Third is take your time. Do not rush the learning session. Your child cannot absorb everything, but by taking your time, you gain more out of the lesson. Taking your time is probably the most important thing to do when learning and reading. Start with a short session. Ayaw pagdali-dali Session kamubuan, especially sa first week, second week, and make them progressive. Magkaanam-anam ang gitason. So for example, a lesson is supposed to be 40 minutes. So maybe you could have a break, no, every after 15 minutes bakaron, no. So dili nato ihatag biglaan. Fourth way is protect children online. As parents, you have to discuss how the internet works and its effects if too much exposure to it. Educate your child of the videos, posts that should be avoided. However, for those who are without internet access or cell phones in remote areas, their education still continue by the use of modules to be provided to them. Fifth is keep in touch with the teacher of children in school. The teacher will visit your home with the help of the LGU or the barangay officials to monitor the progress, meaning the teacher track the progress of your children and terms of learning strategies if needed. Study shows that involvement of parents in learning and teaching processes improves the achievement of their children, not only their grades, but in their behavior and how they deal with other people. It develops the children's self-esteem, and in this COVID-19 pandemic, the parents have a greater responsibility in making sure that their children will continue their education at home. Ingon na abitaw giingon that a parent is a child's first teacher. So, the parents play an important role in your child's development and learning. Everything a parent and the child do together will teach important lessons that will help them grow and learn about their world. So, mauna ni tayong mo encourage kita sa atong mga kabataan, mo motivate ta sa atong mga kabataan, especially there will be tayong mutapol ang atong mga bata, so the parent then mo encourage sa atong bata to go on, no? Pero dili lang pod nato, no? Let us tell our parents nga dili pod nato kasab-an ang atong mga bata if they sometimes refuse to read and to look at their modules or read their modules or study their modules. As parents, your next question is, how can your children study better at home now that the teacher is not with you? So, there are home study tips that we can share to you. Tip 1, establishing a parent-teacher healthy relationship for the learning of your children is very important. Relasyon sa ato ang parent-teacher sa atong kabataan. Know from the teachers the expected objectives of the lesson to be learned for the week. Set up an area at the house designated as learning space. Gitawag nato na og learning space. Keep the learning space clean and organized. Tip number 3. Schedule a regular study time. Creating a timetable helps you to organize your time. Schedules your break time, especially when you have many subjects like Filipino, English, math, edukasyon sa pagpakatao, science, and others. So, write your schedule down so you can remember and be guided with the time. Maybe a teacher could help the parent to prepare the schedule also. There might be maybe adjustment later kung tanan ba gyud nga learning areas ihatag nato sa atong mga bata in a day, and maybe that will be discussed soon. Maybe there will be because our regional director introduced the set A, set B, and set C, so maybe we could make some adjustment, like for example lang ni nga suggestions also that maybe 3 subjects in a day, no, or for 2 days, then later ana, no. So para pod siguro dili ma-board ang atong mga bata giving all the 8 subjects in a day. So set reasonable limits on how much time your children spend learning each day. So number 4, create plan with your children. With the help of the teacher, as I've told you earlier, your children so will be guided on what to do each day. So suggestion lang pud nato ni sa atong parents, maybe ato ni himo ang dako kayo nga schedule, then atong itap on their wall, no? Make it also presentable, kanang dili pud ganahan pud mo tan-aw ang atong mga bata sa schedule nga nakapilit sa dingding. Okay. Tip number 5, studying at home can be difficult, but by creating a plan with your children, distraction from TV, loud music and cell phones as well, social media like FB or YouTube can be prevented. Ato sanang ipaundang sa mga kabataan. Tip number 6, make sure your children will do their work by closely checking how far have they gone with their lessons to be learned. Tip number 7, as parent, be a motivator and monitor. The role of the parents in this COVID-19 pandemic, where the learning of their children is at home, is to show full support for the continuity of education of their children, to make their home as a good place for learning, and to help assist, guide their children in learning the modules. So kung moabot ang panahon nga ang bata tapulan, parents, tabang gyud og encourage, no? Let them understand the importance of reading this, of studying all the modules that are given, or looking or mo view sa mga TV with that USB given. Tip number 8, parents need to display positive attitude towards the new normal of learning. They must be careful in how to address the concerns in front of their children. If they display a negative attitude towards this home study, then their children may adopt also negative attitude toward it. Children more likely to follow their parents' example than their parents' advice. So muna, no, careful gid ang parents this time, because mo-follow gid pud baya ning bata kung unsay atong gibuhat. So if ang mga parents nagtan-aw sa TV and then banha ang TV, for example, supposed to be that is the time of our learner nga magtuon, so tendency dili pud siya magtuon kay musuon pud siya tan-aw sa TV sa iyang mama or papa. So tip number 9, parents should use a lot of praises to reward good achievement and efforts. So they will be inspired to move on and encouraged to do more. So tun-an pod nato ang atong parents nga mo appreciate sa mga nahimo sa atong mga kabataan, no? Kita mga teachers, mao man na ato man yung i-appreciate ang atong mga bata kung doon na sila yung mga nindot, mga accomplishments. This time, ato pong i-encourage ang atong mga parents to do the same, or mga titas, no, nga naa sa balay kauban nila. Tip number 10, if there are problems with the homework, then get help from the teachers, principals, or supervisors. Pwede natong kontakon ang atong mga teachers, principals, and supervisors through phone or even through messenger. So please inform them nga makontak gid mo nila anytime through those platforms. Let us also explain to them that murag dunay mga parents nga nangutana nga mabagsak na gid ni among mga anak ani, dili what kind of learning will they have. So ato pud nga i-encourage sila or ato silang i-motivate ang atong mga parents nga at this time dili gid siguro nato tutukan nga ang grades kinahanglang taas, no? Di ta mo focus kaayo sa ilang marka sa grado aron dili sila ma-pressure. What is important, ang bata nagbasa, nag-answer sa mga activity sheets, naminaw sa radio or sa TV with that USB given, no? So, mao gid na atong ipasabot sa ila aron dili mas idle ang mga time. So, instead ganahan gihapon silang mutuon. Gone are the days when you rush to send off your children to school, no? Especially sa una, sa old normal, June pagani, alam, palit na tag mga gamit, mga notebooks, no? But because of this new normal, nadili na gid nato mapaadto atong mga kabataan because of this COVID-19 pandemic. You as parents are challenged to have a balance with your work from home and your children learning at home. You need to structure its day activities to ensure that while you are doing your job at home, your children are also continuing their learning at home. So, ato po ding ipasabot sa ato mga parents, no, na dili lang kay ang bata mo face this new normal, including themselves sad, doon na sad sila yung mga changes regarding the schedule. Wala namang good choice, no? Unless mo okay ang atong presidente for that face-to-face. In other words, there is a need to have a division of labor for both parents in terms of household chores. Tabang nagyod, muhangyo gid ta nila, wala na tay choice kundi muhangyo gid ta sa ila nga this is the time nga sila gyud mapakita nga ato gid silang partners in this endeavor. Know the attention span of your children. The attention span of the kindergarten children is different with grade 4 children. Dunay mga attention span, like for example, ang 6 years old, 12 to 18 minutes lang gid ni siya. Ang 8 years old, 16 to 24 minutes. So ayaw ituloy-tuloy. You have to have a break, no? Hunong pod, no? So we have to know this attention span. Dili pwedeng nga udton gid mong 40 minutes for them to answer these modules. So break gamay, pasayaw-sayawa siya siguro, no? We will introduce ato sang papahulayon pud ang bata. Ato pud ang ingnon ang parents. And then maybe a snack is being prepared for them. So mao na siya, no? And then talk to your children and agree among yourselves the schedule to be followed and how is it to be done, taking it into consideration the other ordinary household activities. So, given the schedule, explain pud nato sa mga kabataan, mao ni imong schedule, mao ni atong followon nga schedule, no? Okay, next. Time element play important and how is role. It to be schedule done. The time of learning to fit the time of your job. Know the boundaries and limits of time you can give to the learning of your children. You have to set house rules, bedtime hours, establish a happy parent and happy kids relationship. Kaning bedtime hours ato gid ning i-emphasize nga dili gud sila mo lapas kay og oras, like for example mo go beyond that 8, mo abot nag 10, because atong inform nato sa parents nga the following day na pagud sila klase na naanapod sila another modules to nga atubangon. So our children need rest, saktong pahulay. So seek the help of your partner to help you on other domestic works such as cleaning the house, groceries, preparing food, and others. Okay? So mao na atong kanunay ni istorya sa ato ang mga parents. Magtinabangay sila, members of the family. Dili lang kay ang bata pasaglan. Especially now, maaman po tayo mga curfew hours, I think, no? 8 or at 8 p.m. dili naman pud gi-allow ang atong mga parents na wala naman siguro mo gawas. So therefore, makapahulay na pud ang tanan. So naagid ta ang mga parents maka-manage og hatag og guidance sa ato ang mga kabataan. Okay. The slide show that to help contain COVID-19, all the students will be learning at home. The challenge is, do the parents know how to take care of the education of their children at home while working their job? This is the reason why this orientation is conducted, for the parents to be guided to make the work smooth and easier. Ideas to create daily schedule. Wake up, pray for Almighty, get dressed, and have breakfast at the normal time. Dili tong alas 9. hukawon yun nato ang bata sa oras, just like the normal, that old normal, no? Nga ang mga bata by 7:30 to ana sa school or 7 o'clock. So, mao gihapon, no? Dili nato pasagdan ang mga kabataan nga dugay makamata. And then food, breakfast will be provided to them. Create working and learning spaces at home. List down the time for learning, exercise and break, schedule time for nutritious lunches and snacks. Take note of the word nutritious, meaning complete balanced food intake, no? Especially kompleto gyud, no? Ang atong food. The Go, Grow, and Glow are there. So next, the learning space you will provide to your children will help them develop creativity and sharpen their focus while increase their motivation to read and learn. So this area will be free from loud sounds of TV. Sa hayra ba sa atong mga balay na ay dagko kayong kana bitang sa nang music nga dagko sa nang video kay. So maybe we could ask help from our barangay officials nga by that time dili na gyud na sa muna ipaandar radio nga kusog kayo, no? Mga TV. So i-free nato ang mga bata from that. Having no learning space, your children will be easily distracted. Make an easy to follow schedule, time routines. Now, the next question. How are you going to create daily schedule? These are the things to do. Do not forget to include afternoon breaks. Have dinner together as family. Enjoy family time in the evening. Playing, reading, watching TV, or doing some exercise together to be closer to one another. So karon sa ato ang COVID-19 situation, I think murag gitagaan gyud tag higayon no ang pamilya magka-close ba no mag-abot kanunay wala good especially na ampun tay mga curfew hours. So stick to the normal or usual bedtime stories as much as possible to get enough sleep. So naatay mga stories anyway do naman po tayo i-provide, our teachers will provide textbooks, mga reading materials, and other supplemental reading materials to our children. So pwede po na siya nga atong kanabang mga stories, no? So do not forget to offer prayer to our Creator before going to sleep. That is very important, no? Mag-ampo pudta. So these are the different things, the many things that atong i-introduce to our parents, no? So next is, okay, this slide shows the tips for creating space for learning. The learning space can be, number one, the learning space can be outside the main house, like a tree house, if you have, or under shade of trees, except kung mag-ulan. Ayaw lang po, no? For older children, but for smaller ones, the sala, veranda will do. Ayaw lang po itong patong yun sa kahoy. Naapot yung video nga na ay estudyante ngayong patong yun sa tumoy sa kahoy para lang makapangita og signal, no? Hagbong unya. Okay. Number 2, remove all the distraction in the learning space too. Learning space. Too many toys, books, and supplies can crowd a space and create feeling of chaos. So, especially ang kinder ra ba pud kay padadaan ra pa pud nato mga toys, no? So, di pud nato dungan-dunganon og labas. Anam-anam pod og unsay gigamit lang gid for that learning module. Then, number 3, create a comfortable space for learning of your children. Just like comfortable place for you to work. Number 4, make your space visual but not too visual. Then next is organize a learning space that is well lighted. So mangita ta kanang klaro tanoon pud natog maayo nga maayo ang iyahang naisuga, no, dili pod kuan. Okay, next slides we will show to you the different samples of learning space. Okay, we have here okay. By creating a consistent space for learning, you promote lifelong learning as a priority in your family. Home is just as important to a child's education as the schoolhouse. There is a lot of learning that happens within your walls, so do not discredit the instruction that happens at home every day. Make education part of your daily routine. Okay, next slides. We will be showing to you the samples of the learning spaces. If you notice na tay mga Muslim learner, no? Naapod tay mga Christian learner. Sige, next. Okay. So these are sample of our mga learning spaces nga atong i-prepare for our learners. Kani siya kuha ni siya dinhi sa Lanao del Norte. Okay. Gipadala ni sa ato ang mga school principals and district supervisors. So these are our children here in Lanao del Norte, and these are some of their learning spaces at home. Once again, thank you for listening and for being with us, and good afternoon everyone. So reminder lang before I end, kung mo-cascade taani sa ato ang because you will be cascading this to your respective districts. Therefore ato lang gid ni kay parents naman ang atong audience ani, atong participants, no, inyong mga participants ani, no, mga school heads and district supervisors, ato lang gid siguro binisayo ni siya for the Maranao area, atong atong i-Maranao pud siya para masabdan kaayo. Thank you once again and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, for your discussion this afternoon. Now, this time, we will entertain questions. Ma'am, pwede i-out sa imuhang kuan, Ma'am Arlene. Okay. So, man itong kuan.
First question.
Okay, so here is the first question. If we are going to assess the portfolio of our learners, is there a standard schedule to follow, or it will depend on the teacher's schedule based on the learning progress of the learners? Rowena Luntayaw of Marcela Mabanta National High School. So I think Dr. Barasona can answer this question. Address mo sa speaker.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. With regards to the question on how to assess the portfolio of our learners, because this afternoon during my discussion, I was able to touch some points on portfolio, but I just would like to tell Ma'am Ruina Lontayaw that this topic will be fully discussed tomorrow during our second day webinar with Dr. Earl Villagonzalo. He will be emphasizing on how are we going to rate our learners in terms of their performance on the different learning modules that they're going to. So, siguro, in terms of the proper assessment of portfolio, I believe, Ma'am Wen, let us just wait for tomorrow's webinar because Sir Earl will truly give us a clear discussion on how are we going to do this. Sir Ruben?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Barasona. Okay, so here is the second question. Are the barangay personnel aware of their functions in delivering learning modules to the learners in the barangay? If not, do we need to inform them about this? What if they will refuse because of shortage of manpower? What shall we do?
The very purpose why we are here now is for us to establish linkage with our partners in the community. So for our school officials, our school heads, our teachers, it's then our rule on how are we going to strategize on this bring the learning modules to our barangay. And I believe that with the existence of our services in the community, wala siguro mo balibad nato nga mga partners sa community. It's just a matter of kanang sao nato nga mapasugkot nato ang atong mga partners sa community, ang atong PTA, ang ato ang barangay officials tungod kay wa man tay laing matawag nga atong partners diha sa local community kundi ang ato arag yung mga ginikanan o ato ang mga opisyalis sa barangay. So I hope dili suro kay ni problema kay sa kalugayon na nag-exist ang atong eskwelahan, naka-establish na kita og good partnership and collaboration with our community leaders.
Okay, so we will only entertain two questions, and we will reserve other questions for tomorrow. So any other question? Two questions lang. Aman ani. Okay. How can you help me if I will be conducting training with my teachers in the future? How can you help me if I will be conducting training with my teachers in the future? Okay, next question. Hula.
Oh, tubagon sa to. Ben, ito na ba?
Okay. How can you help me if I will be conducting training with my teacher in the future?
It's a question of a principal. A question of a principal because the tone is with my teachers.
Teachers. Oh.
If the one asking is a principal, then he or she knows the answer. Because we have been doing this. It is the duty also of the division office to offer technical assistance. Technical assistance coming from the SGOD, CID, and the OSBS personnel. Just lay down your plan. Tell us what you need, what technical assistance you require from us, then we are ever ready to assist you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Next.
Okay, next, last question. Wala na. Wala na. Okay, wala na yung question din No more questions.
Salamat, sir.
Okay. Wala na yung question, but may we encourage all participants, just in case you have questions tonight, think of the inputs and just reserve your questions. Feel free to write those in our chat box so that tomorrow we will be able to address those.
Okay, so I think that would be all for today's activity. So we will continue this tomorrow, the same time, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Good luck, everybody, and may God bless us.
May kaangkor man si Luke Ruben ba?
Ben? Hello,
Ma'am.
Ben? Possible ba nga picture taking with the participants by municipality? Please ask Flor. For
Okay,
day
yes,
1
Flor.
webinar.
Okay, so picture taking sa
are in.
Okay, so those who are in attendance now, so please photo off.
Ben?
Okay, sir.
By municipality, Ben.
Okay,
So that by the time that their municipality is being called, that's the time they turn on their video.
Okay, let's start from Bacolod Municipality.
So, i-open. Ang katong sa Bacolod lang ang mag-open sa camera.
Open lang ang camera ninyo for Bacolod.
Bacolod lang.
With our superintendent, Ben, naman si Sir Eddie.
Okay, so with our schools division superintendent, so please join us for the picture taking. Wala. Walay Bacolod. Nay Bacolod, ma'am, wala man din
Si PSTS, wala.
Ma'am Emma. Ma'am Emma Labunog. Okay, let's proceed to Balui.
Absent ang Bacolod.
Usog buno kayong ulan dito, ma'am.
Okay. So let's proceed to Balui District. Dr. Daod. Okay, next. Baroy. Dr. Epi. I-open lang yung camera.
Sir.
Baroy.
Maniwang man tan. Maniwang man sa ani ay. Oy paniwag to.
Okay, wala. Baroy. Okay, let's proceed to Kapatagan. Dr. Planas. Dr. Planas.
Baroy, sir, present.
Oh, sige,
Baroy Central.
Sige, pakita ka
Pakita.
with your supervisor.
Si Sir Epi, tuwa siguro office, sir. Nakita na? O, naraming duha, sir.
Si Kuan, si Ordonez.
Okay na ni. Off na tag-cam.
Niya ka dyan.
Si RR. Si RR.
Si RR, ang saman.
Kabaw ni RR. Basig to sa district, sir. Basig nasa district office. Daman mi sa principal's office karon.
Okay, kadjat lang natin.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's proceed to Kapatagan. Kapatagan District. Salvador, may nipakita.
Magsa na kusog yung ulan na rin.
Dr. Planas? Ini mamilawan. Anybody from Kapatagan? Okay, let's proceed to Kauswagan. Municipality of Kauswagan or Kauswagan District, Magjo. Waitao. Officials. Okay, so Colombugan District and officials. Mamilawan, tangkal.
Ay, dala ko lang pugan ko.
Si Mayra. Yan, sige, picture na. Okay. Sige, okay. Naitaga Colombugan.
Duhami.
Ami.
Tangkal o Colombugan ni sir.
Okay. Ignak og malala. Okay. Naana pa si Connie.
Naini Salga diha, Naini Salga.
Naini Salga. Okay.
Kadeni kung asa da ito taga-asa di ay.
Sige. Now let's proceed to Lala, Municipality of Lala and official.
Wala man tagi ng baroy ganiha hinggawa si Doc Eva. Doc Eva, ganiha unta pag tawag sa baroy. Wala na mas. Picture.
Dikit na daw kayo mo.
Sir, taba ka daw.
Uy, wala tayo social distancing.
Walay mga face mask, Madak ko nun.
Okay, Lala. Wala.
Ako lalabi ako.
Oo. Okay, sige ma'am.
Mana.
Okay, mana. Let's proceed. Magsaysay.
Si Chief, walay mask. Si Chief. Balos kasad.
Linamon. Linamon di ay nakikinig mo. Okay, tara.
From beginning to end. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Linamon. Next, magsaysay.
Thank you, Doc Earl. Doc Earl, asa ka? Pakita ko no Doc Earl o Doc Vios.
Daghan ka munisipyo si Maribaw.
Yung pa ko na yun. Present na munisipyo.
Doc Earl, nanglakaw na mo?
Okay, let's proceed. Maigo.
Si Lusa kay si Maringcone.
Let's proceed, Maigo.
Si Sir Makapil.
Mana, ma'am. Naikuan na ay taga kuan Maigo.
So na ayo maglak.
Okay, thank you. How about Matunggaw? Okay, how about Matunggaw? Next to Matunggaw Munay.
I-off na na.
Tungkaw muna eh. Apay muna eh.
Hoy, kanang. Dok, sana ninyo ba kanang amge?
Nunungan. Municipality of Nunungan. Nato dapat os Carillo. Napa si Juan Mark.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Carillo.
You're welcome, ma'am.
You're
Thank
still
you,
there
Mark.
from 8 to end.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Next is Pantaw Ragat. Pantaw Ragat.
Yes na, sir.
Okay. Palihog ko pa sa camera. Anara.
Mr. Arapat, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next,
Yes.
proceed to Pantar. Pantar. Municipality of Pantar.
Murag PSDS lang.
PSD. Sige na. Smile po, ma'am.
Please invite your local
Okay.
officials tomorrow. And
Pona Piaga po. Pona
Yes,
Piaga
ma'am.
po.
Nag-invite na ako sa akong mayor.
Present, sir. Present.
Opa. Kamera, ma'am, on. Ang kamera.
Sir, kasi kung Quizlet, di man yung kayo. Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Kamera, ma'am, on. Naka-open siya camera. Okay, proceed to Salvador.